I don't doubt the power of your members, who are undoubtedly as strong, if not stronger, than you. What I mean is your plan won't work in general. Naruto could feel sweat starting to leak down his back as Kyuubi started to channel a little of its own chakra as well to help maintain his Kunshugen. This seemed to finally hit a nerve. What do you know? Konan spat. You haven't experienced true pain. Only those who have understand the true path to peace. Naruto stood up and turned for the door. We're done here. Tsunade and Anko followed him out the door, still speechless from seeing how easily he controlled the conversation and acquired information. They were broken out of their shock when the door closed and Naruto nearly collapsed. Anko, being the closest, caught him as his Kunshugen deactivated. Didn't think talking could be so tiring, he croaked as his eyes fell shut. Tsunade ran a quick diagnostic jutsu and sighed in relief. It's just chakra exhaustion, she said, assuaging their worries but not their curiosity. Whatever it was he did in there with his Kunshugen, it must have used a phenomenal amount of chakra. What did he do? Anko asked, picking him up. Tsunade merely shook her head. I have no idea. Naruto awoke the next day and immediately asked to go see Konan again. Tsunade and Anko were hesitant and only agreed if he promised to not use his Kunshugen like he had the day before. Naruto agreed, and they made their way back down to the basement, stopping at the kitchen to grab some food first. Konan was awoken when the door to her temporary prison opened and her wardens returned. She was surprised when Naruto stepped forward and placed a plate of delicious-looking food in front of her. He made a quick hand seal and she suddenly found herself able to control her arms. Eat, he ordered. Konan looked at him suspiciously, so he rolled his eyes and leaned forward, getting far too close as he took an exaggerated bite from her eggs. He leaned back and looked between her and the food in front of her until she finally took her own forkful of eggs, following it up with a piece of orange. I thought about what you said yesterday, Naruto said quietly. Konan noted that he sounded strangely hoarse this morning compared to when they last spoke. Maybe you're right. Everyone in the room had similar expressions of shock as they watched him sit quietly on the corner of the table looking down at his hands contemplatively. Maybe in order to really understand peace, you have to know at least a little about suffering. He reached up to his neck and started undoing his scarf. Tsunade put a hand on his shoulder as she looked down at him in concern. Are you sure you want to do this, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled sadly and nodded his head. Konan watched as he removed his scarf, revealing the vicious scar across his throat. He then took a deep breath and removed both his hoodie and his undershirt at once. Anko's hands flew to her mouth as tears stung her eyes when she saw the abundance of scars covering Naruto's body. Even Ibiki didn't look that bad. Her shock and sadness turned to anger as she got her first good look at the dark metal form of Naruto's right arm. Konan felt similarly to her. Clearly this boy knew suffering better than even her. Yet somehow, his eyes still had that bright fire burning behind them. Satisfied he had made his point, Naruto put his clothes back on. We're going to be taking you back to Konoha with us. You can either spend the rest of your life in a cell, or you can convince the Hokage that you can be of use to him. He stood up and left, followed by Tsunade and Anko. Once outside, he heaved a sigh as Anko crushed him between her arms. They didn't say anything, but Naruto knew what she was trying to convey. He reached up and stroked her back softly while looking at his sensei. Let's go home. Chapter 9. Tsunade and Naruto were in a clearing about a half-day's run from Konoha. They had left the mansion, their job done, and Anko had, more than a little reluctantly, parted ways with them to return with their prisoner while they found a secluded place to try out the summoning contract. With the way most of the people from Konoha regarded Naruto, they wanted to keep his abilities a secret from as many as they could, and considering they were about to try summoning something from a contract that was provided by a literal god, they both thought it best if certain members of the council didn't know about it lest they try to use Naruto to further their own agendas. Tsunade had showed Naruto how to sign the contract and perform the necessary hand seals before summoning a small slug about the size of a dog. She looked up at Naruto, taking note of his Kunshugen being activated so he could watch how she molded the chakra. The Kunshugen hadn't reverted to its previous form, the one spike that lazily orbited his swirling iris seeming to be a permanent fixture. They theorized that it was not unlike the Sharingan, though that made Naruto adopt a sour expression, and that there were probably going to be more spikes that would manifest as Naruto's skill and abilities progressed. Luckily, whatever had happened during their interrogation was not a permanent fixture, but seemingly another ability of the Kunshugen. One that had untold potential in the intelligence field if it allowed him to convince an S-class criminal to willingly give them information on her organization with just a few words. She watched as Naruto bit his left hand, going through the seals as he focused on using about the same Tsunade had in her demonstration. He slammed his hand on the ground and in a burst of smoke, a creature appeared that really shouldn't have shocked her, but did nonetheless. Standing before them was a reptile that was just a little taller than the slug she had summoned. It stood on its bowed hind legs while its arms hung down in front of it. It wore armor similar to what Tsunade had seen various samurai wear in the past, but only on its back and shoulders. The plates of the dark armor looked like large scales as they ran down to the tip of its tail. Each plate also had two small, purple spikes on them, reminiscent of the spines of an alligator. The reptile also wore a samurai-style helmet, with a golden ornament in the design of flames shooting back, covering the sides of the twin horns that sprouted from the back of its head. Underneath its armor, thick, golden scales covered the rest of its body while brilliant green eyes inspected its surroundings. It opened its mouth to speak, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "All right, who's the Nimrod who summoned me?" It turned its eyes on Tsunade and growled, banishing any thoughts she had been having about the juvenile way it spoke. "Was it you, lady? You seem plenty strong, but you're too old to be the one Amateratsu-sama told us about." Tsunade scowled at the reference to her age, her fear momentarily forgotten. "Ha, please! Like I would summon a little gecko like you. Oi! Watch it, you old hag! My name is Ryuta and I'm gonna be the boss of the dragons one day." The dragon boasted, reminding Tsunade of a certain someone. Speaking of which, Ryuta spun around when he felt something poke his shoulder. He turned and came face to face with a grinning Naruto who waved enthusiastically. "So you're the one who summoned me?" Naruto nodded and held out his hand. Ryuta narrowed his eyes before extending a clawed hand to return the gesture. There was a flash of light and Naruto was sent flying, landing on his behind a few feet back. Ryuta looked thoughtful for a moment before seeming to come to a decision. "All right, Naruto, I took a little look-see through your head, had a chat with that pops of yours, and I've decided that you and I are gonna be brothers really?" Naruto signed. "What's that mean?" "It means I'm gonna be your familiar and hang out with you in this realm for a while. Pops keeps saying I need to get more experience, so what better way than traveling with our newest summoner?" "So Naruto can summon other dragons as well?" Tsunade asked. Ryuta nodded. "Oh yeah, though not many of them are as awesome or good-looking as me. Also a few of them have got some pretty nasty tempers, so you might have to convince them that you're worthy of summoning them. Does this mean that you're gonna be my friend?" Naruto asked, the hope clear in his eye. Ryuta smirked. "Even better, I'm gonna be like your brother. I'll be sticking by you no matter what from now on. I'll even help you with your training and fight beside you." Naruto jumped up and down in excitement while Tsunade tried to figure out how the people of Konoha were going to react if they saw the infamous demon brat walking around with giant armored lizard everywhere. It was clear from the protective gleam in Ryuta's eyes that he would protect Naruto to the best of his abilities, but if he and the other dragons were anything like other summons she knew of, their loyalty to Naruto would not extend to the village, which could be bad if they decided to react violently to his treatment in Konoha. Not wanting to spoil Naruto's mood as he rapidly signed with Ryuta, asking to know everything he could about his new friend's life, she put the matter to the side for now and told them that it was time to go. Naruto was beyond happy as he, Ryuta, and Tsunade arrived in Konoha. His sensei bid the pair farewell to go deliver her report to the Hokage, so he and Ryuta decided to head over to Training Ground 8 where they knew they could find the members of Team 8 and most likely Zabuza and Haku as well. They were in luck as they arrived and stopped on a tree to watch as Naruto's friends trained. He was happy to see Hinata, Kiba, and Shino practicing with the gifts he gave them while Haku trained with her ice. Even Zabuza was training as he sparred against Kurenai, foregoing his Kubikiri Hocho in exchange for a standard katana to help Kurenai train with her ninjutsu. "So these are your friends?" Ryuta asked. Naruto nodded, grinning softly as he looked between Kurenai's sparring match and the one between Hinata and Haku. They both leapt to the middle of the training field, announcing their presence as everyone else froze. Kurenai's heart flipped as she saw Naruto. She watched with a small bit of envy as Hinata and Haku rushed him, nearly knocking him over when they tackled him with a hug. Naruto grinned and pulled them close before looking up and sharing a smile with her as well, silently telling her that he was just as happy to see her as the two in his arms. "Wow, bro, I can see why you like them so much." Everyone's attention was brought to the other visitor who had arrived with Naruto. They all gaped as Naruto introduced him. Ryuta smirked mischievously as he greeted them all, answering whatever questions he could. His cheerful demeanor vanished as someone appeared in a swirl of leaves and he spun around, slamming them into the ground with his tail before they had a chance to react. Naruto put his hand on Ryuta's shoulder, indicating that the new arrival was not a threat. He recognized the ANBU as the one who had summoned him to meet with the council last time, and sighed. He nodded when the man stood shakily and informed of his summons before turning back to his friends with a frown. "Go on," Kurenai said. "We'll see you later. And you'll be able to tell us all about how you put the council in their place," Haku added. "Good luck, Naruto-kun," Hinata murmured, her face red. Naruto looked down at Ryuta and saw the support in his friend's eyes. Together they rushed back to the village proper, leaping across rooftops towards the Hokage Tower. In less than 5 minutes they were in front of the doors to the council chambers. With another reassuring glance at Ryuta, he took a deep breath and pushed open the doors. The shouting within the room died down as soon as he stepped inside, only to resume once they saw he was not alone. "This is no place for pets, boy," Hamura hissed to the agreement of many on the council. The jeering stopped when Ryuta disappeared from his place next to Naruto only to reappear on the table over the elder, a claw to his throat as he snarled, revealing his teeth to the frightened old man. "I'd be careful who you call a pet, you decrepit old fart. Even regular summons don't approve of being addressed that way." He flickered back to his spot next to Naruto while Hiruzen cleared his throat to cover up the chuckle at seeing his old teammate put in his place. "So what Tsunade told me about you finding yourself a familiar was true?" Naruto grinned. "That's right, this is Ryuta." He signed, said familiar acting as his translator. "Well, at least this means he won't be wasting even more of Tsunade-sama's time," a rather portly councilman muttered bitterly. Hiruzen pointedly ignored him as he smiled at Ryuta. "It is an honor to meet you, Ryuta." Ryuta grinned right back. "The pleasure's all mine, Gigi. Uzumaki, you would do well to ensure your lizard shows the Hokage and the other members of this council the respect they deserve," Hayashi ordered. "Oi! Who you calling a lizard, you pale-eyed twit?" Ryuta shouted angrily. "I'm the next king of the dragon summons and I'm showing pretty much everyone in this room more respect than they deserve just by talking to you." Naruto sighed, and he could see Tsunade drop her head and groan silently from her place by the Hokage's side. There's no such thing as dragons, let alone a summoning contract for them, Councilwoman Haruno shouted. Oh, you want to see how real I am? Ryuta shot back. That's enough. The Hokage's voice was calm as it cut through the room, silencing any further arguments. Hokage-sama, if I may, Danzo said. Regardless of what sort of creature the contract is with, Konoha law is clear that every new summoning contract not held specifically by a clan must be given to allow other shinobi to sign it. If you even think for a second that I'm gonna let anyone else sign our contract, you've got another thing. Komi Ryuta was cut off as Naruto put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. He smiled at his companion and summoned up the dragon scroll before tossing it to Danzo. There you are, Danzo-san. Ryuta translated for Naruto. I think you'll find the same flaw in trying to acquire a contract with the dragons as when you tried to reproduce my Kunshugen. Danzo frowned and struggled to open it. Ryuta and Naruto chuckled as they watched him fumble about the sun-shaped seal with his one available hand. The man who gave the scroll to Naruto said that he had hired experts from all over who were unable to open that scroll, Tsunade explained with a smirk. It seems to only respond to those with the Kunshugen. Was there any other reason you summoned me, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked, ignoring the scowls all around him. Hiruzen nodded. Jonin Mitarashi returned a few days before you with a prisoner in tow. She reported that the prisoner was part of a group called Akatsuki and they were after the tailed beasts. Do you have anything else you can add to her report? Naruto thought about his answer for a moment before signing carefully. Nothing relevant, Hokage-sama. She mostly waxed philosophical rhetoric whenever I was present for the interrogations. And would this so-called rhetoric have anything to do with why she has obstinately refused to speak with anyone except you and Anko-san? She and I debated over various ideologies the couple times we spoke, Naruto replied. You expect us to believe that a genin who finished the academy with the lowest marks of his year successfully debated with an S-class criminal without revealing any information? Hayashi demanded. It is a rather bitter pill to swallow, Inoichi said. It's more likely she turned her into her own inside man. Councilman Sanjuro accused. Tsunade released a trickle of killing intent to get the attention of the council. I'd be careful with the insinuations you make about my student, Councilman. I was there for all those interrogations. Naruto never revealed any information about Konoha whatsoever. Tsunade-sama, as it was made clear the last time you were here, while you may be present in these meetings, you may not voice your opinion on any matter unless directly addressed, Danzo said, smirking internally. Then it's a good thing Naruto has a familiar who can translate for him now, Ryuta interjected. One who isn't bound to your village's laws. Naruto quickly signed and Ryuta translated his addition to the conversation. And that as the sole remaining member of the Senju clan, she gets as much a say as any other member of the Shinobi Council. I've had enough of this farce of a witch hunt, Hiruzen said. Naruto, the reason I asked what you spoke about was because the prisoner Konan. Yes, Konan has agreed to tell us everything about her organization, but only if she is allowed to speak to you. Naruto considered the proposal carefully, wondering how to best play the hand he had been dealt. I will speak with her, on the condition that only you, Tsuna-sensei, and Anko-chan be present for the interrogation, as well as anything said within the interrogation room be kept off the record. Hiruzen thought it over carefully, ignoring the outcries of his council when he nodded his head in agreement. He stood and walked around the table, quickly grabbing Naruto and Ryuta by the shoulders before shunshing away with them. They arrived at the T&I building and quickly made their way inside without a word. Tsunade appeared behind them and they ignored the looks people gave them, more specifically Ryuta, as they ventured deeper into the prison. They came to stop before the interrogation room holding Konan, and Ibiki let them in before Hiruzen dismissed him. Anko was already inside and couldn't help smiling just a little as Naruto entered the room. Konan watched curiously as Naruto and Tsunade entered her interrogation room with the Hokage and some strange armored reptile. "Hello, Konan," Naruto greeted. "This is Ryuta. He's going to be my interpreter today." Konan nodded to Ryuta before turning to Naruto. "So you've been told my offer?" "Yup," Naruto replied. He smiled and winked at her, causing a strange heat to flood Konan's chest, before turning to face the Hokage. "I'm all done here, Gigi." "What are you talking about, Naruto?" Tsunade asked incredulously. "You told Sarutobi-sensei that you would speak to Konan if he agreed to your terms. And I did speak to her. If you want me to properly get answers from her, I have a few more conditions now that we're not being recorded." Hiruzen started laughing loudly. "You never cease to surprise me, Naruto." "Alright, for actually managing to outplay this old man, I will listen to your conditions." Naruto grinned at his surrogate grandfather, thankful that he wasn't angry about the deceitful way he had gone about things. He quickly signed his conditions while Ryuta stayed quiet, not wanting Konan to overhear. Hiruzen and Tsunade both looked skeptical, but after exchanging a look, Tsunade shrugged while Hiruzen sighed. "Fine, but if this goes poorly, not even I will be able to help you." Naruto nodded gratefully, then turned back to sit across from Konan. "So, Konan, what did you want to talk to me about?" "The last time we spoke, you said to prove my usefulness to your Hokage," Konan said. It was at first hard to focus on Naruto when the reptile next to him was the one actually speaking, but as soon as she looked into his eyes, she found herself yet again entranced by that burning blue fire. "I plan to do that." "How so?" Naruto asked. "I will give you information on Akatsuki, its members, and its goals. In return, you let me go." Naruto frowned. His thoughts were racing a mile a minute as he sorted through the abundance of information he had gathered on her when his Kunshugen had acted up the last time they spoke. "No deal." Konan's eyes widened in outrage. "And why not?" "A number of reasons," Naruto replied. "The first of which being I won't send a good person to their death for no reason." "What are you talking about?" Konan asked. "Here's what I've gathered about Akatsuki," Naruto said. "It's a group made up of S-class missing nin. Their main goal is to capture the various Jinchuriki to somehow use their tailed beasts to further a false agenda of world peace. Judging by your attachment to the group, you've been part of it for a long time, maybe since it started. But it's changed, hasn't it?" Konan glared at him, upset as he picked her life apart with a few sentences. Naruto held her stare but allowed sympathy to tinge his features. Eventually, after several minutes of tense silence, she sighed and relented. "I helped found Akatsuki with my friends Yahiko and Nagato. At first, we were a force for peace. We fought to protect those who were oppressed under Hanzo's tyrannical rule. But Hanzo was ruthless. He eventually managed to trap us with an ambush and forced Yahiko and Nagato to choose which of them would kill the other, or he would kill us all. Yahiko took the choice out of Nagato's hands, impaling himself on Nagato's kunai and telling him that he was to take over leading the Akatsuki. After that, something changed in Nagato. He started to refer to himself as Pain and believes the path to peace is to gather the tailed beasts and use their power to fuel a weapon so powerful none would dare oppose him. That way he would force the other elemental countries to stop fighting and work towards peace. I believe in Nagato, and I believe that he is the one the most likely to bring peace to the elemental countries." Naruto remained silent as he listened to Konan's story. He couldn't help but compare himself to whoever this Nagato guy was. How easy it could have been to use his father's power and force the people of the village to respect him. "I can see you really do want to see peace between the elemental countries," Naruto croaked. So why would you have blamed the Wandering Clan's attack on Han Ni? How would that have furthered your goals? I never told the Wandering Clan to do any such thing, Conan replied. I only hired them to get me close to the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded, considering her words. That meant that there was someone else who was trying to benefit from further upsetting the relations between the lands of fire and earth. Setting that aside for the moment, he turned his attention back to Conan. I may not be able to let you go, but how about we make a different deal? Conan raised an eyebrow curiously. I'm listening. You tell Gigi everything you know about the Akatsuki, and he releases you into my custody. You will still have your chakra sealed and will be constantly monitored, but you won't be rotting in a cell. Why would you do that for me? Conan asked. You barely know me, and I'm a dangerous threat to your village. Naruto smiled sincerely. I can see that you're not a bad person. You've just made a few mistakes. Also, I could use your help on a little side mission of mine. Conan had agreed to Naruto's deal, and by the end of the week she was moving into the boys' apartment. She had given the Hokage the names of all the other members of Akatsuki, and some insight into their plans. She had no idea what was making her so cooperative, but every time she considered omitting or falsifying any of the information she had, a small voice in the back of her head reminded her why she was giving it in the first place. She had never liked fighting. She trained with Yahiko and Nagato because they were precious to her and she wanted to protect them. Now, though, Yahiko was gone and Nagato was a borderline demigod. Her confinement had provided her with plenty of time to think, and her conversations with Naruto had constantly centered around the idea that he would do everything in his power to keep her safe. She still couldn't understand why he was so protective of her, but now that she was living with him she was sure she would find out. That is, if one could call it living in the dismal condition of his apartment. There was paint peeling on every wall, the windows were cracked, and there was no hot water. His door barely hung on its hinges, and anything made of metal had rusty liver spots all over its surface. He escorted her to his bedroom where a torn-up mattress lay on the floor with some ratty blankets. You'll be sleeping here, Naruto murmured. She had started getting used to the throaty sound of his voice, and couldn't help but feel something when she heard it. Are you sure I can't go back to my cell? Conan asked facetiously. Can I join you? Ryuta asked, making her almost smile. Naruto chuckled and pulled out a storage scroll. He unrolled it on the table, unsealing a small camping stove and some food. It's not the best of accommodations, but that will be changing soon. Why is that? In return for doing that little side mission of ours, Gigi is paying me with the deed to my own land to do with as I please. Conan frowned, even more confused. It had turned out that the side mission she was helping Naruto with was nothing more than reading and sorting through room after room of files. It was mind-numbing work, but at least Naruto's prolific use of shadow clones made it go a lot faster. It did add another piece to the puzzle though, as he told her they were looking for inconsistencies in any of the files, but to be paid with an entire property for a simple auditing job didn't make any sense. She put those thoughts aside as Naruto handed her a plate of scrambled eggs with bacon. She took another look around the rundown apartment while Naruto quickly cleaned and resealed his equipment and ingredients before returning the scroll to one of the many pockets of his dark, baggy pants. Why do you keep all of your cookingware with you? She asked. Naruto remained silent as he shoveled another forkful of eggs into his mouth, leaving Ryuta to explain. You've seen his scars. Do you really think the people who would do something like that would draw the line at breaking and entering? Conan looked down, slightly ashamed when a warm hand gripped her own. She looked up to see Naruto's smiling face, reassuring her that she had done nothing wrong by simply asking a question. They finished breakfast in a comfortable silence. Once everything was cleaned up, she followed him and Ryuta out, watching as he activated a seal of some sort on the door before making their way to the training field. Today was a group training day, so Naruto found himself facing off against Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and Haku at the same time. He had set aside his wind-style training to focus on his next element. He grunted as he flowed around Hinata's strikes to flip a charging Kiba over his head and into her. Shino flashed through several hand seals, sending a line of stone spikes in his direction, while Haku hurled several frozen Senbon at him. He cursed internally. He knew he would be able to easily avoid this if he slipped back into his wind style, but he was trying to stick to only using his new water style for this match. While wind had been all about evasiveness and keeping your opponent off balance, his water style centered around controlling the flow of the battle. In theory, it would allow him to turn his opponent's energy around on them, switching seamlessly between defense and offense. He drew Eclipse, spun in place and sheared off the top of the nearest spike. He kept spinning, his momentum carrying the top of the spike with him before stopping abruptly. The spike was launched from the top of his sword and shattered several Senbon before crashing into Haku's chest. Unfortunately, he was now wide open as the rest of her Senbon flew for his face and torso. Acting on instinct, he swung Eclipse and felt a pulse of chakra flow through the blade. The air was filled with a slicing sound followed by a soft tinkling as a surge of tiny crescent-shaped pulses of dark chakra shot from the sword, stopping the Senbon in their tracks before slicing them to pieces and dropping them to the ground. Tsunade, Kurenai, Anko, Zabuza, and Konan watched wide-eyed as Naruto pulled the sword back and the crescents reacted, shifting fluidly to flow around him. Well, I guess we know what happens when he uses water chakra with Eclipse, Ryuta stated casually. Naruto stopped the flow of chakra to his blade and the tiny blades surrounding him dissipated. He looked to Tsunade for instructions on how to continue. Take a break, you 5. Naruto, same rules apply to this new ability as Eclipse's others. Naruto nodded and helped his friends to their feet. Haku and Hinata sat close to him as he unsealed some ration bars, handing them each one before giving one to Anko, Kurenai, and Konan as well. Kurenai and Anko smiled while Konan looked down at the bar curiously. While we're all sitting around, Tsunade announced. I believe Kurenai and I have something to announce. Kurenai nodded and set aside the happy feeling she had gotten when Naruto's hand brushed her own to address her team seriously. After careful consideration, I have nominated you 3 for the Chunin exams. The members of Team 8 nodded resolutely, and Kurenai couldn't help but smile at their change in demeanor and the probable cause for. We won't let you down, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata stated. We will do our best, Shino added. Yeah, we'll totally kick ass and make Chunin. Kiba exclaimed. Tsunade chuckled and turned to her own student. I've also recommended you for the exams. If she agrees to it, Haku can also take them as your partner. Naruto nodded gleefully and turned to face Haku hopefully. Haku grabbed his hand and nodded her agreement to join him and squeaked as he jumped to his feet, spinning her around in a tight hug, making her blush and several of the other females wished they were in her place. The exams will be in a month, Tsunade continued. So, unfortunately this will be our last group training session. Don't worry, Suna-sensei. Naruto signed. Ryuta, Seki-chan, and I are going to train as hard as we can and knock these exams out of the park. Tsunade smiled at her student. She was confident he would do well, and hoped he made Chunin soon. Congrats, Kit, Kyubi said. I can't wait to see you finally take off the kitty gloves and show that Uchiha who's boss. Naruto smiled at his father's gruff congratulations. Thanks, Pops. Don't worry, I'll be sure to make you and Suna-sensei proud. You already have, Kit, Kyubi reassured him. Returning to the present, Naruto scarfed down his meal and immediately got back to training with his friends. The next month was especially rough as Tsunade pushed him harder than ever. With Anko and Haku's help, he progressed rapidly in his water style and his training with water chakra respectively. Zabuza left him littered with cuts from their daily spars as he worked to combine both his wind style and his water style. Conan even occasionally provided tips to help him out as she slowly came out of her shell. He could often feel her watching him and would speak with her almost every night over dinner after training. He had surprised Conan once again when, after she had been hit by a brick by a villager while trying to find a place to sell her groceries, apparently word had spread that she was living with the demon brat. He had modified the seal, sealing her chakra. She was now able to use about 20% of her chakra, but Naruto had told her that he had added several caveats to the seal to ensure she didn't turn on him or the village. Conan had shoved aside the strange twinge of hurt she felt at the idea of him not trusting her, understanding the logic of needing to take precautions when giving an S-class prisoner access to any amount of their chakra. In exchange for having enough chakra to defend herself against enemies of high Chunin levels, Naruto had told her that he had placed a surveillance seal that would notify the Hokage of where she was and what she was doing whenever she used her chakra. Additionally, he had linked her seal to the one creating the barrier around the village. That way she would be unable to direct her chakra at any shinobi whose chakra signature was registered with the barrier, and anything containing even the slightest traces of her chakra would be destroyed as soon as it tried to cross the barrier. Basically, she had been given the means to inform the civilian population that she was not one to be assaulted, lest they find themselves facing a barrage of razor-sharp paper shuriken. It was now 3 days before the Chunin exams were meant to start, and Naruto was in training ground 43. Tsunade had a shift at the hospital and Haku was with her, having expressed an interest in learning the healing arts. Anko had been busy for the past few days, Conan was with his shadow clones, and Zabuza was on a mission outside the village, so he was practicing on his own. He had just finished a sparring match with Ryuta and his clones, while others practiced various techniques, when he pulled off his hoodie and undershirt to cool himself off. His head whipped around when he heard a pained gasp, and he saw Kurenai standing behind him, hands covering her mouth while tear-filled eyes wandered over the multitude of scars covering his torso. Finally her gaze fell upon his right arm and the dam broke. Tears leaked down her cheeks and a choked sob ripped itself from her throat as she examined the plates covering part of Naruto's torso and the dark metal cables coiled into the shape of muscles attached to the port. "I'm gonna let you handle this one, bro," Ryuta mumbled awkwardly before disappearing in a burst of smoke. "Tenchi-chan," Naruto whispered, the seals on their necks letting her hear him perfectly as she walked numbly up to him. "What did they do to you?" Kurenai asked brokenly as she reached out to touch his arm. She froze as he momentarily flinched away, but continued when he finally relaxed. Her hand brushed against the cool metal of his prosthetic arm, and she couldn't help but wrap her arms around him as her grief became unbearable. Naruto wrapped his arms around her back, leading her to sit with him against a tree as she cried into his shoulder. "I think the answer to that is already clear," he whispered into her hair as he held her close. "I want to know who did this," Kurenai whispered angrily. Naruto shook his head. "No, you don't. It will only bring you heartache and drive you towards revenge. Instead, let me tell you the story about how I met an angel." He went on to whisper his every interaction with her in her ear, emphasizing how happy he was every time he saw her. Kurenai blushed when he whispered how her smile was one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen, and how on days when he wanted to just give up, the thought of it gave him the determination to keep going just so he could see it one more time. Kurenai felt herself calming down as he stroked her back and whispered soft comforts in her ear. She took the opportunity to watch his right arm in motion, up close. The muscles bunched and stretched exactly like those of a human, but the fact that each group of cables were visible, and not covered in skin like they should be, made them somewhat hypnotizing in a morbid sort of way. "You know I'll do everything to keep them safe, right?" Naruto asked softly, breaking her out of her reverie. "What?" Kurenai asked, somewhat sleepy from his soft ministrations. She idly noted that she must have lost track of time as the shadows around them had gotten quite a bit longer. "Your team," Naruto explained. "That's why you came here, isn't it? To ask me to keep an eye out for them during the exams?" Kurenai nodded. I can't help but worry about them, and I know it's not fair to ask you to look out for your competition, but she was silenced as a cool middle finger pressed against her lips. You never needed to ask, Naruto murmured. Aohime, Kiba, and Shino are my precious people. Of course I would try to keep them safe. Naruto, Kurenai whispered. Their faces were drifting ever closer as they stared into each other's eyes. All sorts of reasons why she shouldn't be doing this filtered through her mind, but the moment their lips touched, they were gone. All that was left was him and her and them together for this one moment of blissful happiness. Chapter 10 The day of the Chunin exams began with little fanfare. Naruto woke up early and got ready, leaving a shadow clone to escort Konan to the file rooms. He sealed his door behind him and took off for Tsunade and Shizen's apartment at a light jog. Most of the stores hadn't opened yet, so his trip was relatively glare-free. He knocked on Tsunade's door and let himself in with his key. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Shizune greeted cheerfully from her place over the stove. Morning, Shizune-chan, is Suna-sensei up yet? Shizune nodded. She's in the shower right now. You know, even after all these years, I can't get over the dramatic improvement Tsunade-sama has seen since meeting you. The door to the bathroom opened and Tsunade walked out, freshly showered and fully dressed. Was someone talking about me? Shizune-chan was just talking about how I saved you from a fate of being a drunk loser for the rest of your life. Naruto grinned cheekily as Tsunade sat down with a mock glare. I'd be careful who you call a loser, Naruto-kun. When was the last time you beat me in a spar? When was the last time you beat me at a game of cards? Naruto shot back. Tsunade huffed, muttering about ungrateful students and rigged games as Shizune served them all a breakfast of eggs and bacon before sitting down herself. So, Naruto-kun, where's Ryuta? I would have thought that today of all days, you two would be attached at the hip. He had to go back and get his armor readjusted. It grows with him, but every so often it needs to be shifted so it doesn't dig into him, Naruto replied. A moment later a burst of smoke filled the small dining room and Ryuta appeared. My ears were burning. Could it be that a beautiful lady was talking about me? You don't have ears, Naruto mumbled around a mouthful of bacon, prompting an argument between the two. Tsunade and Shizune just laughed and watched as the two went back and forth. Ryuta had grown in the last month as well, quickly growing to be just shy of 5 feet at his shoulders and measuring more than twice that in length. Luckily, he tended to use a form of transformation technique outside of combat to remain the same size as when they first met him. Breakfast was a joyous affair, and when they finished, Naruto stood up to head over to the academy and meet Haku. He was stopped, however, when Tsunade called his name. Her expression was serious with a hint of what he thought might be nervousness. When I see you next, there's something I want to talk about, okay? Naruto nodded and gave her a quick hug. He and Ryuta left the apartment and took to the rooftops. The reality of what he was about to undergo struck him as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop, and he could feel the creeping chill of nerves climbing his spine. He sighed with a smile when the feeling was banished by a wave of comfort coming from his seal. Don't worry, Kit. You're gonna blow them out of the water. Thanks, Pops. His worries abated, he and Ryuta came to a stop in front of the doors. Haku was already there, waiting for them, and they greeted her cheerfully. You ready? Naruto signed. He had chosen to stick to signing for the duration of the exams as it would give him an opportunity to communicate with his friends without fear of being overheard. Haku nodded and they made their way inside. They climbed the stairs, pausing briefly on the second floor, but Naruto said it was just an illusion to make people think they were on the third floor. They arrived in the exam hall and weren't surprised to find they hadn't been the first to arrive. Genin from all over the elemental countries sat around the room, glaring at the new arrivals. Naruto narrowed his eyes when a familiar feeling pulled his attention to a red-haired boy sitting down several rows from him. The boy stared at him as if he was a puzzle to decipher, before gritting his teeth and clenching his head in pain. "Kit, that kid is a Jinchuriki, like you. I'm guessing it's the one-tail by the way it seems to be shouting in his head." Naruto acknowledged his father's advice and turned his attention to the rest of the room. He smiled when he saw a familiar head of dark hair and hurried down the steps to greet her. Kuratsuchi turned around when she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She smiled when she saw it was Naruto waving at her. "Naruto! It's good to see you." She looked between the slightly older girl standing behind him and the strange armored lizard next to him. "Who are these?" "My name is Haku," the girl replied with a slight bow. "I'm Naruto's partner for the duration of the exams." "It's nice to meet you, Haku," Kuratsuchi said. She pointed behind her at her two scowling teammates and smirked. "Those two are Osada and Komuro, don't worry they won't bite." She was surprised when the lizard by Naruto's side grabbed her hand and pressed its closed mouth against her hand. "I am Ryuta, Naruto's familiar and interpreter. It's an honor to meet someone as beautiful as yourself." Kuratsuchi laughed as Naruto dropped his fist on the top of Ryuta's face with a scowl and started berating him in rapid sign language. Their argument was interrupted as more and more genin teams arrived. He smiled as Team 8 arrived and went to introduce Kuratsuchi to them, while another Konoha genin told the rest of the rookies to quiet down as most of the other participants were glaring at them. "So, Kabuto-san, how many times have you taken the exam?" Ino asked. "This will be my 7th, Kabuto informed them, much to the shock of several of the rookies. "Wow, you must really suck," Kiba exclaimed. "Or maybe the exams are just that hard," Shino countered. "They are," Kabuto informed them. "But after all this time, I was able to gather information on all the other participants on these little cards." He held up a blank deck of cards and explained how he just needed to use a little bit of chakra to get information on all the other genin present. Naruto's eyes prickled a bit as he narrowed them in suspicion. "Something about him doesn't feel right," he thought. "You're right, Kit," Kyubi informed him. "It might be best to keep an eye on him and try not to let him reveal anything on yourself or your friends." "It would depend on what he has on me," Naruto replied. "What do you mean?" "I mean most of the information about my skills are off the record because Suna-sensei and I train in private and not even Gigi has seen what I can do during our Saturday spars, so depending on what he has, we can figure out where he got his information." "All right," Kyubi agreed. "But keep an eye on him, he smells like snakes." Naruto nodded subtly, and was working on a plan to stealthily get his hands on his own card only to be dismayed as Sasuke stepped forward. "I want to know what you have on Gaara of the Desert, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki." "You already know their names, that's no fun." Kabuto pouted childishly and pulled out 3 cards. He listened with interest to the information concerning his fellow Jinchuriki, surprised and impressed that even on a B-rank mission, Gaara had never been injured. He was already aware of Lee's abilities and his focus on taijutsu, so he listened intently as Kabuto read his card, preparing to step in if the information became too sensitive. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki. It says here that he's the apprentice of Tsunade of the Sannin, and is taking the exam with Haku Yuhi as his partner. His skills are average to high in everything but Genjutsu, and he most recently found a summoning contract and acquired a familiar. He's completed over 100 D ranks, 3 C ranks, 1 B rank, and 2 A ranks. That's quite the record for a rookie. He's also the wielder of a new dojutsu called the Kunshugen. Kabuto yelped as a kunai shot through his card and everyone turned their eyes on him. Naruto narrowed his eyes, which continued to prickle as his suspicion grew. "I'd be more careful who you're revealing information about in front of Kabuto-san," Ryuta translated for him before they both turned away. He watched closely as the sound genin attacked Kabuto, quickly activating his Kunshugen when Kabuto doubled over and vomited, despite avoiding the hit. So he shoots chakra out of holes in his arms and creates a pressurized wave of subsonic sound, Naruto surmised to himself. Cool. He half-listened when the proctor for their first exam appeared in a burst of smoke and explained the first test they would be taking. It was obvious to Naruto the second he flipped the page and saw the questions that there was something more to this test than just answering questions. A quick look around told him that all the other participants were trying to cheat as subtly as they could. Hinata, Niji, and Sasuke were all using their respective dojutsu. Haku had set up an elaborate series of ice mirrors. Shino was using his insects both for himself and Kiba. Smirking, he decided to wait and do nothing. He leaned his head down on his desk and quickly channeled some chakra into the seal on his throat. Suna-sensei, Hibi Hana, Tenchi-chan, you might want to alert Gigi that he should keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi. It's just a hunch, but I don't think his loyalties lie with Konoha. Naruto raised his head and looked around the room. Judging by the looks on Haku, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's faces, who all also wore his communication seal, his message had gone through. Satisfied, he put his head back down on his desk and used the rest of his time trying to think up a way to modify the communication seals to speak to different people individually. When Ibiki called out that they had 30 seconds left, he turned in his seat and tapped the boy sitting next to him on the shoulder. When the boy turned to look at him, he was met with a fist slugging him in the face, sending him crashing down to the front of the room. While everyone's attention was on the other boy's descent, he quickly switched their papers. Ibiki called for pencils down and announced the ultimatum concerning their final question. Naruto was unconcerned, as he wasn't about to let something as inconsequential as rank ever stop him from achieving his dreams. He watched as more and more of his competition forfeited, and grinned at the remaining participants' outrage when they learned the true nature of the 10th question. His grin widened when a giant scroll crashed through the window, reading second exam proctor, the sexy and powerful Madarashi Anko, and in a burst of smoke his snake flower appeared grinning sadistically at the remaining genin. Her eyes lingered for a second on Kabuto, confirming that Naruto's concerns had been relayed, and he listened as she chastised Ibiki for leaving so many Chunin hopefuls. He rose with the rest of the genin and joined Haku and Kuratsuchi, much to the displeasure of Osada and Komuro, to walk over to Training Ground 44. When they arrived, Anko was standing there waiting for them. "All right, maggots. Welcome to Training Ground 44, lovingly referred to as the Forest of Death. It's filled with all sorts of lovely plants and animals just waiting to kill you, and it will be where you're going to be spending the next 5 days. What are we supposed to do for food?" Chuji asked. "Well, I suppose there are some non-poisonous plants in there," Anko replied. "Or you could hunt and kill something, assuming it doesn't do the same to you first." A wave of fear swept over many of the genin at the casual way Anko described the horrors that waited beyond the giant fence surrounding the forest. Their fear grew when Anko described the test, and told them they had to sign papers waiving Konoha of any blame should they die. Suddenly the situation was much more real for many of them, especially when the idea of facing enemy teams in order to progress was added. Naruto, though, welcomed the challenge, and he and Haku were among the first to sign the waivers and receive their scroll. They saw it was a heaven scroll, and Naruto sealed it into one of the storage seals on his wrist. They walked around the fence, passing a grass kunoichi who Kyubi stated smelled even more of snakes than Kabuto did, as well as radiating an aura of evil. As they approached their gate, Naruto saw Anko standing up on the wall above him, smiling though there was concern in her eyes. Naruto smirked mischievously and put a hand in his pocket, reassuring her that he would be fine. "All right, everybody in place? Good. Have fun, kiddies." The gate opened and Naruto, Ryuta, and Haku rushed into the forest. They ran for about an hour and a half before pausing to discuss their next move. "No need," Naruto said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out an earth scroll. Where'd you get that? Ryuta exclaimed. Substituted the scroll in my pocket for the one in Hana's, Naruto explained. Now I'd like to go find Team 8 and see if they need any help. Haku and Ryuta nodded and Naruto activated his Kunshugen before they took off again. Ryuta led the group as his nose was sensitive enough to track Hinata's scent through the forest. They traveled for another 2 hours before arriving in a clearing and seeing the members of Team 8 struggling to hold their own against 2 teams from Kumo. Haku was about to jump down when Naruto held up his hand to signal her to wait as he activated the seal on his throat once more. Aoheim, Seki-chan, Ryuta, and I are here to help. He noticed the members of Team 8 stiffen slightly but gave no other indication that he was speaking to them. Ryuta is going to distract them. When he does, you 3 take out as many as you can, then Seki-chan and I will help sweep up the rest. Naruto nodded to Ryuta, who grinned before leaping down and transforming back to his full size. Suffice to say, the genin from Kumo were more than a little surprised when a horse-sized dragon crashed into the ground behind them and roared thunderously. Team 8 took advantage of their distraction as Hinata quickly buried an arrow in the necks of the 3 in front of them, while Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino dispatched with the team behind them. As luck would have it, both enemy teams had different scrolls, so Team 8 now also had a full set as well as an extra Earth scroll. Thanks for the backup there guys, Kiba said as they jumped down to greet them. Don't mention it, Naruto replied, high-fiving his friend before pulling Hinata into a hug, making her blush. Excuse you, but if memory serves I'm the only one on our team who did any work by scaring those little snots out of their wits, Ryuta huffed indignantly. Don't worry, Ryuta-kun, Haku said with a smile, I still appreciate you. Ryuta smiled and nuzzled Haku with his snout while Naruto smirked. Besides, the whole plan would have gone up in smoke if they saw those little nubs sticking out of your back. They're not nubs, they're my wings. Ryuta growled indignantly. Oh, really? Let's see you fly then, Naruto shot back. The rest of the group smiled as they watched Naruto and Ryuta bicker back and forth, but the happy atmosphere died when a great rumbling shook the forest and a massive snake the size of a building crashed through the trees, passing right by them before they heard the screech of a familiar pink-haired howler monkey. That wasn't an ordinary snake, Ryuta observed seriously. Well, of course not, Kiba said. That thing was the size of the Hokage Tower. Ryuta shook his head. I mean, it's not from this realm. That snake smells like one of the ones from Ryuchi Cave, the summoning realm of the snakes. Naruto activated his seal, and for the first time since his life had turned around half a decade ago, actually shouted, his throat burning as he tried to impart the seriousness of the situation. Tsuna-sensei, Hana, Tenchi-chan, alert Hokage-sama that the second phase of the Chunin exams have been infiltrated by a shinobi with the ability to summon snakes and is currently engaging Team 7. Heisu-chan, it's up to you if you want to help or not, but if you do, go to Hokage-sama and ask that he adjust your seal to allow access to all of your chakra. My team and teammate are going to head to the tower as we have finished the exam and will await further instructions. Naruto quickly turned to his friends, a fire burning behind the swirling gold and blue of his Kunshugen as 2 prongs spun on opposite sides of his iris spun rapidly. Let's go! They all nodded and followed Naruto as he drew Eclipse and began channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. He took point, pouring a massive amount of water chakra through Eclipse to guard their sides with a wall of dark crescent-shaped blades of chakra, while Ryuta held up the rear. Hinata was right behind him, constantly scanning the area with her Byakugan, while Kiba and Shino flanked her, and Haku ran behind her. They encountered little resistance as Hinata directed them around most enemies and traps. They only stopped briefly to help a red-haired girl with glasses who was all alone and being attacked by a gargantuan bear. Thank you, the girl said. I'd give you my scroll, but another team took it when they killed my teammates. Naruto waved her off. We're on our way to the tower, we can bring you there if you'd like. Karen stared in wide-eyed awe at the quiet boy and the large, armored reptile speaking for him. She nodded, speechless at the idea that someone would so selflessly offer to help her. Naruto smiled, and ran through a few more signs which Ryuta translated. I hope you can keep up. Without further ado, they fell back into their previous formation, with Karen taking the place in between Hinata. They arrived at the tower in record time, only running into one other team, which Naruto plowed through with barely a thought. They were met by Tsunade, Anko, Kurenai, Konan, and the Hokage, making Karen quake at the gathering of imposing figures. Naru-kun! Tsunade shouted. Are you okay? What happened? Did he hurt you? Naruto smiled, hugging Tsunade tightly and allowing her to check him over. It felt good to have someone worry over him like this. Hiruzen looked over the other genin and frowned as he noticed the red-haired girl. Naruto, your report only mentioned you arriving with your team and teammate. Might I ask who this new addition is? We found her being attacked by a bear, Naruto signed. Her team was dead and their scroll taken. I guess I already felt bad enough that I was leaving everyone else to deal with the snake. I couldn't leave her behind too. Tsunade smiled at her student's selfless nature and turned to the red-haired girl hiding behind him. What's your name? Karen, ma'am, the girl stuttered. Karen Uzumaki. There was a moment of silence as everyone present froze, processing the implications of what Karen had just said. The tension was broken when Naruto spun around and lifted Karen into a massive hug, his beaming grin threatening to split his face in two. Karen squeaked and blushed as her rescuer spun her around before placing her back on the ground. Her eyes widened as he introduced himself in a hoarse voice. Hi, Karen. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Tears threatened to spill from Karen's eyes as she leapt back into another hug, but the moment was ruined when the Hokage cleared his throat, reminding them all of the serious situation they were in. As touching as this is and as happy as I am for you, Naruto-kun, we have more pressing matters at hand. Your team and Team 8 will enter the tower and await the third part of the exam. Karen can stay with you. The genin nodded at their leader's orders and turned to enter the tower. Hiruzen turned to the women gathered behind him and continued to distribute orders. The political ramifications of canceling the Chunin exams are too great. As such, Tsunade, you and Konan will lead a team of ANBU to search the
forest for any sign of Orochimaru. Anko and Kurenai, you are to maintain the facade that all is well. I don't want anybody being tipped off that we have been infiltrated. Take your time and figure out if anyone else is associated with him. Do not act without my express permission. Am I understood? The four women all nodded, replying at once, yes, Hokage-sama. Before taking off in different directions, Naruto sighed as he threw himself on the couch in his waiting room while Ryuta curled up on the ground by his feet. He was still unsure if he made the right decision. He knew, logically, that he had to keep both his team and the members of Team 8 safe, but in doing that he had risked everyone else's life by leaving them to the mercy of that snake. He was broken out of his thoughts when Haku, Karen and Team 8 joined him in the common room. Haku and Hinata took their customary places by his sides, while Kiba and Shino both took the other chairs. Karen sat down next to Ryuta and was idly running her hand over the smooth scales of his side. So what's so bad about someone in the exams having a snake summoning contract? Kiba asked. I mean, you have one with freaking dragons, so is it that surprising that someone else is like you? Careful, dog breath, Ryuta growled. It almost sounded like you were comparing the Great Dragon Clan to those slithering worms. I'm not, Kiba replied nervously, shaking his head. I'm just asking what's the big deal with someone else having a summon contract. There are only two people known to have a contract with the snakes, Naruto explained. The first is Hibihana, and the second is the one who taught her. Orochimaru, Hinata whispered, eyes wide in fear. Naruto nodded. Exactly. The big deal is that one of the most infamous traitors to Konoha has infiltrated the exams, And there are only 2 people in the entire village that could stand up to him. That's why we're gonna have to be on our guard at all times." The others nodded seriously and moved on to lighter topics as they asked Karen about her life. Naruto especially was curious to learn about his clanmate. Karen blushed and looked down, focusing intently on the hand stroking Ryuta's side. "Oh, well, there's not really too much to learn. Up until now I thought I was the last Uzumaki, and my life in Kusa wasn't exactly the best, but that's pretty much par for the course there." Naruto reached down and squeezed her shoulder, smiling softly. "You don't have to talk about it right now, Karen. We have the rest of our lives to get to know each other." "Naruto-ni," Karen whimpered, throwing herself at him and sobbing. "I'm so happy I found you. I finally have family. Please, Naruto-ni, don't make me go back to Kusa. I wanna stay with you." Naruto shushed her, smiling as she voiced his own thoughts, and stroked her back. "It's okay, I'll never abandon you. We can go speak to the Hokage in the morning and see about you joining the Leaf." Karen cried happily at his promise and remained in his arms until she calmed down. She pulled back with a blush and her heart swelled as she saw nothing but supportive faces smiling down at her. The next 5 days were generally uneventful. Naruto and Karen went to see the Hokage, who said that he would see what he could do about allowing her to join Konoha's shinobi force, and after that the 2 clanmates were nearly always together. They both shared everything they could about their pasts, though Naruto played down the extent of his suffering at the hands of the villagers. Anytime she wasn't with Naruto, Karen could usually be found hanging around with Kippa. The 2 had hit it off immediately and become fast friends. Akamaru even sometimes rode in her arms as he enjoyed the way she pet him and doted on him. Naruto meanwhile had immediately gone back into training mode, though it was generally kept low-key so as to not give anything about himself away. He was happy that his Kunshugen had matured at some point during the 2nd exam and couldn't wait to test it out. Finally, the last day of the exam was coming to a close, and he and Haku found themselves waiting in a large room beneath the tower with several other teams. Among them were teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 as well as Kabuto. His teammates had apparently died in the forest. Kuratsuchi's team, the team from the Sound Village, and Gaara's team. "Welcome, all of you," the Hokage announced, "and congratulations on passing the 2nd phase of the Chunin exams." He went on to explain the history and purpose of the Chunin exams before pausing with a frown. "Unfortunately, Hokage-sama, maybe I should take over the explanation?" Their attention was drawn to the coughing Jonin, who stood chewing on a Senbon. Hiruzen nodded and the Jonin continued. "My name is Hayate. Since so many of you passed, we'll be holding a preliminary to determine who gets to go on to the 3rd phase of the exams." The room erupted into cries of protest, particularly from those who arrived later, but Hayate just ignored them. Lots of important figures come from all around the elemental countries to watch the final tournament. It's a big part of how the villages get new clients. That's why there can't be too many of you participating, as it would take too long. Now if you'll look to the board, you'll see who the first randomly selected match will be. If your name doesn't show up, go up the stairs and wait in the balcony for your turn. The large screen above the Stonehands lit up, and their names flashed by as they were randomly selected. The scrolling slowed down and everyone watched with anticipation as the first match was decided. Match number 1, Kuratsuchi vs Shino. Naruto grinned to both combatants, wishing them luck before running up the stairs. His smile grew when he saw all the Jonin sensei standing on the balcony watching the proceedings and spied a familiar set of bulky red armor. He sprinted over to Han and waved, happy to see his fellow Jinchuriki. Han looked down and allowed a bit of warmth to bleed into his eyes as he greeted his self-appointed little brother. "It's good to see you, Naruto." Naruto's grin never faded as he began signing furiously and the large creature started speaking for him. "How have you been, Han-ni?" "I have been well," Han replied. Looking between Naruto and his new interpreter, his curiosity got the better of him. It seems you have at least one story to share after the preliminaries are through. Naruto nodded and promised he would find Han again after the preliminaries before sprinting back to join his friends and watch the match. Kurotsuchi huffed as she dodged yet another exploding kunai, only to wind up in the middle of a whirlpool of insects. She growled and took a deep breath, flashing through some quick hand seals. Fireball jutsu. She exhaled hard, releasing a ball of flames roughly as tall as her. The fire incinerated several bugs, forcing the rest to back off while Shino slammed his hand on the ground. Doten, Earth Spike Jutsu. A row of spikes burst from the ground, making their way right for her. Kurotsuchi leapt into the air and performed more hand seals as the spikes passed harmlessly below her. Sudden, Water Bullet Jutsu. She cried as she created several small spheres of water with her chakra and fired them at Shino. Shino slammed his hands into the ground once more and created a large stone wall in front of him, blocking her attack. Kurotsuchi cursed. She had been unable to even get close to him without his insects attacking her, and she was already feeling weirdly tired from only performing a few techniques. Determined to end this fight quickly, she flashed through even more hand seals and pumped as much chakra as she could into the technique. Yoten, Scorching Steam Rock Technique. She expelled as much lava as she could, forming 3 large spheres around 3 feet in diameter each. The lava solidified slightly into flaming chunks of molten rock, and she launched them at Shino. The first sphere crashed through Shino's mud wall, forcing him to dash to the side as the other 2 lava balls honed in on him. He narrowly dodged the first one and blocked the last with another mud wall, but froze when Kurotsuchi held the tip of her kunai to his neck. Her victorious smirk faded when Shino crumbled into a giant pile of bugs, and she felt a pair of hands spring up and grab her by the ankles. Bugs started climbing up her body and she could feel what little chakra she had left draining away as the insects ate it. She collapsed to her knees and looked up as Shino rose from beneath the ground. Underneath her he held a kunai to her throat, and she scowled when she heard the proctor shout out, "Winner, Shino Aburum." Kurotsuchi's foul mood was lifted when Shino pocketed his kunai and held out his hand to help her to her feet. "It was a good fight," he said in a quiet monotone. Kurotsuchi nodded. "It was. I wouldn't mind sparring with you sometime." They made their way up the stairs and were both greeted by Naruto and Ryuta, who congratulated them on an awesome fight. Kurotsuchi smiled and laughed while Shino simply bumped fists with Naruto. They returned to their respective teams as the screen on the wall displayed the next fight. Match number 2, Sasuke vs Dozu. Naruto barely paid attention to the fight, and instead focused more on the seal on Sasuke's neck. He saw how it reacted when he tried to use his chakra and narrowed his eyes. His anger quickly grew when he saw Sasuke imitate one of Lee's moves, modifying to slam his opponent down ruthlessly into the ground. The moment the match was done, Sasuke left with Kakashi, and Naruto couldn't help but feel glad that they were gone. He narrowed his eyes and briefly activated his Kunshugen to watch Dozu's body language as his sensei spoke to him. Clearly, whoever the sensei of the Sound Genin was, they did not think he was to be trifled with, or disappointed. Naruto was far more interested in the next fight, though, as the screen flashed the names of the combatants. Match number 3, Haku vs Zaku. Naruto hugged Haku close and whispered his encouragement in her ear, prompting a blush to appear on her face. "Knock him dead, Seki-chan." Haku nodded resolutely and walked down the stairs. She came to a stop at the bottom and frowned as she faced her opponent. She could tell he hadn't healed completely from whatever injuries he had sustained in the forest, and was holding his arms out a bit awkwardly. She and Naruto had already seen his abilities firsthand in the first part of the exam, so she knew that when he lashed out at her, it wasn't fists she should be aware of, but the small distortion in the air zooming towards her. Luckily for her, she had been training with Naruto for several months now and was faster than ever. She dodged around the sonic wave and hurried through several one-handed seals in case any Sharingan wielders had returned and were hoping to learn something from watching her fight, and condensed the water and the air into several small needles. The liquid Sinbon hurtled toward her target only to be disrupted when they came in contact with another blast of pressurized air. "You're not too bad," Zaku remarked as he rushed in close. "I think I'll enjoy this more than I thought." "I wouldn't count on it," Haku replied. Zaku scoffed. "Please, you can't even lay a finger on me." "Neither can you." Zaku scowled and reared his fist back. The blast of air he sent at her this time was too big to dodge, so Haku knelt down and created a quick dome of ice around herself. She huffed and swiped a drop of sweat from her brow as Zaku's attack dissipated harmlessly around her shield. She had to end this fast. Her wind jutsu were outmatched by his attacks, and there wasn't nearly enough water to use her other techniques without tiring herself out further. Just creating this dome of ice out of her chakra had taken a noticeable toll on her reserves. Meanwhile, Zaku grunted, the strain on his arms growing as he hammered away at Haku's ice dome. "Come on out, girlie. I promise to go easy on you." He shot both of his arms forward, unleashing his most powerful attack yet. To his surprise, the dome exploded before his attack even made contact. Haku was a blur as she slipped by the wave of pressurized air, a trail of ice shards behind her. She literally ran circles around her opponent, dodging his attacks and retaliating with her own. Finally, his frustration mounting, Zaku tried for one last powerful attack only to scream in pain as shards of ice of different sizes plugged the holes in his arms, forcing the pressure to back up and obliterate his shoulders. Zaku stood for a moment, arms hanging limply by his side before falling face first to the ground, unconscious. Hayate declared Haku the winner, and she smiled, walking up the stairs calmly while the medics rushed in to help Zaku. Her chest fluttered when Naruto wrapped her up in a hug. "I never doubted you," he whispered in her ear. Haku blushed and smiled as they separated and went back to join their friends. The screen flashed once more and they all waited with bated breath to learn who would be next. Match number 4, Gaara vs Komuro. Naruto frowned as his fellow Jinchuriki walked down the steps to the arena. He quietly sidled up beside Han as the match started and Komuro withdrew her twin scimitars. "She won't win," Han stated as Komuro desperately tried to slice through Gaara's defenses. Gaara didn't even move as the sound flowing around his body acted on its own, stopping every one of Komuro's attacks short. "He's like us," Naruto croaked, looking around to make sure nobody was listening. He discreetly activated the seal on his throat before continuing. "He has the one tail in him." Naruto looked around, taking note of how Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Haku, Korne, and Anko stiffened. "There's something different about him, though," Han observed, clenching his fist as Gaara's thumb threw Komuro around like a rag doll. "He's not in full control," Naruto replied. "Unlike Tuchan or Gobio Basen, his tenant is torturing his mind." Han concurred as Gaara finally moved. He swiped his hand through the air, the thumb holding Karumo following suit as it flung her from side to side, smashing her into whatever surface was nearest. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Naruto could hear a barely audible voice gasp out, "I yield." But Gaara just continued playing with her, a psychotic grin slowly stretching across his face as he used yet another victim to prove his existence. His fun was cut off though when Han intervened, destroying the sand holding his student with a blast of steam and plucking her out of the air. His mother screamed at him to finish the job, but the moment he and Han locked eyes, she quieted. The same feeling Gaara got when facing his father, the one man in Suna who could defeat and control Mother, pricked at his spine as he looked up into Han's eyes. Scoffing and turning away, Gaara's gaze locked on with Naruto's disapproving one, and Mother immediately started shrieking once more in his head. Only this time they were warnings to stay as far away from the blonde-haired boy as possible. Breaking eye contact, if only to silence Mother, Gaara made his way back up the stairs while Han handed Komuro over to the medics. The screen flashed for a 5th time, and Naruto nearly cheered as it came to a stop. Match number 5. Naruto vs Kanaji. Naruto's friends wished him luck, and his chest swelled with pride when Hinata and Haku hugged him while Korone smiled softly, mouthing the words good luck to him. He winked at her and squeezed Hinata and Haku tightly before turning around and jumping down to the arena floor with Ryuta one step behind him. Anko winked at him, also mouthing her own encouragement, when Naruto looked up at the proctor to start the match. Once he did, Naruto turned around to face Ryuta and shook his head sadly. "Sorry bro, I know you want to show off, but I'd rather keep your skills a secret for now." Ryuta growled and sat down with a huff. "Fine, but only because I know you can take this guy, no problem." "What's the matter, Uzumaki?" Kanaji called from across the arena. "You not gonna let your pet gecko in on the action?" Ryuta's growling grew louder and Korone shook her head from up in the stands as Kakashi and Sasuke rejoined the spectators. "Oh, is another one of my cute students about to fight?" Kakashi asked as he leaned against the wall next to Korone. "Another one of your cute students is about to get his ass kicked," Korone replied, annoyed. She had felt the small pulse of chakra coming from Sasuke, indicating he had activated his Sharingan in hopes to steal some of Naruto's techniques. A not-so-small part of her couldn't wait for Naruto to finish his fight and get out of here. They had yet to talk about that kiss that happened before the exams, and Korone's doubts had been creeping up on her ever since. Naruto smirked and settled into his fighting stance, curling his fingers in invitation for Kanaji to go first. Kanaji took the bait and rushed at Naruto with a flurry of punches and kicks that always failed to land as Naruto spun and jumped and danced his way around his opponent. His frustration mounting, Kanaji hurled a handful of shuriken at Naruto's head and jumped back as he performed several hand seals. Fireball Jutsu. He quickly spat out several large balls of flame that hurled toward Naruto. Naruto smiled as he followed through on his previous motion, spinning low to dodge the shuriken before shooting back to his feet and thrusting his hand forward. Out of nowhere, a massive gust of wind blew from his palm, extinguishing Kanaji's fireballs and sending him flying back into the ceiling. "That was a great breakthrough technique," Kakashi muttered disbelievingly. "But how did he do it without any hand seals?" "Naruto can use any of his jutsu without hand seals," Korone informed him, causing Kakashi's one eye to widen while Sasuke gripped the railing in front of him harder. "But how? Even the most accomplished shinobi only ever master a few jutsu to the point of not needing to mold their chakra without hand seals." Naruto didn't like the fact that there were those who would copy the techniques he worked so hard to master just by looking at them, Korone said, glaring at Sasuke's back, while Sasuke merely grit his teeth in anger. The Dabi should be proud to share his techniques with him. So, with the help of Tsunade-sama and his Kunshugen, he devised a way to mold chakra without hand seals that can't be replicated. Meanwhile, Kanaji flipped to his feet after prying himself from the ceiling and dropped down, already preparing another jutsu. Phoenix fire technique. This time he spat out dozens of smaller fireballs that flew towards Naruto from several different directions. Naruto shifted his stance, bracing his feet shoulder-width apart and raised his arms from his waist to above his head. As he did so, several of the floor tiles around him rose up on pillars of earth to form a wall around him. The fireballs collided harmlessly with his protection, and Naruto shifted his stance, thrusting an arm out, causing a chunk of one of the pillars to fly off and collide with Kanaji just as he landed. "It can't be," Kakashi muttered, his own Sharingan visible as he observed the fight. "He's using his body movements to mold the chakra and mixing it with raw nature manipulation. He shouldn't even know what chakra natures are at his level." Naruto broke off piece after piece of his wall, sending them flying Kanaji's way in barrage of stone as he punched and kicked through the air. "It's a perfect mixture of taijutsu and ninjutsu," Guy observed. He was astounded that Naruto had been able to accomplish such a feat since the last time they saw each other. Korne watched proudly as Naruto leapt through the air, firing one last hunk of earth down at his opponent, knocking him out. Her chest swelled with pride as the proctor declared Naruto the winner. Naruto smiled and waved to his friends as he turned to rejoin them on the balcony up above. He didn't take a step before a dark chuckling rang in his ears, freezing him in place. "It seems Tsuhime has been hiding quite the promising student from me," the voice hissed. Naruto turned in the direction it was coming from, but stiffened as he felt an unbearable agony burning through his body from his neck. "I'll enjoy stealing you away from her." Naruto gasped as the pain enveloped him. The last thing he heard was several people shouting his name before darkness engulfed him. Chapter 11. Hinata gasped, frozen in place while Korne, Anko, and Hondo to the arena floor. The long-haired man whose head and freakishly long neck came out of the wall behind Naruto merely chuckled cruelly and melted back into it moments before they reached him. Naruto screamed and fell to floor, writhing in agony, while the Hokage shouted orders to several Anbu who had appeared. Hinata couldn't help but shake in place, resting her head in the crook of Haku's shoulder as she wrapped her arms around Hinata, and they both watched as the medics took the still screaming Naruto away. Despite that interference, Hayate declared, "We're still going to continue on with the matches. So, if you could all turn your attention to the screen." They watched as the names flashed on the screen before finally coming to a stop. Match number 6, Hinata vs Kankuro. Korne put her hand on Hinata's shoulder, shaking her out of her shock, and gave her a small smile of encouragement. "Focus on this match, Hinata. When it's over, then you can worry about Naruto-kun." Hinata nodded and marched resolutely down the stairs to meet her opponent. Korne watched attentively, trying to keep her mind off the idea of Naruto screaming in pain in some hospital bed. She couldn't help but imagine that with the number of scars she had seen that day before the exams started, his tolerance for pain must have been tremendous. Therefore, anything that could make him fall to the floor in agony must be nothing short of torture. She watched as Hinata dodged yet another ATTCK from Kankuro's puppet, firing arrows at him as she forced his puppet onto the defensive. It was obvious that she could see the chakra strings he used to move it with her Byakugan, and the fluid way Hinata ducked around the contraption's blades and needles to deliver quick strikes to his chakra pathways was yet another reminder of how much Naruto had helped her. Korne could see the depths of Hinata's feelings for Naruto every time she looked at him, and it was just another in a long list of doubts that filled Korne's mind when she thought of her own burgeoning feelings. If she pursued a relationship with Naruto, she knew she would inevitably be stealing him away from someone who wouldn't have the stigma of a 6-year age difference hanging over her head every day. She smiled as Hinata won her match and walked back up the stairs to take her place next to Haku, who looked equally as worried about her teammate. Korne took note of the glare Hinata's cousin was sending her way and the way Haku would glare right back at him before reminding Hinata just how well she did. Hinata blushed and looked down in embarrassment as her friend congratulated her. "Thank you, Haku-chan." The flashing screen came to a stop indicating the next match, but Korne ignored it. She sidled up to where Anko was standing, shaking in anger, and put up a subtle genjutsu before grabbing her hand in support. "I'll kill him," Anko whispered brokenly as Shikamaru and Kin took the field. "I'm gonna kill that slimy bastard for even laying a finger on him." "It's okay, Anko," Korne whispered, pulling her friend into a hug. "Naruto's going to be fine, you'll see." Anko shook her head as tears started raining down her cheeks. That market's pure torture. It takes advantage of even the slightest moment of weakness, and suddenly all you can feel is rage. "I don't want to see Naruto have to deal with that, Kor-chan. He doesn't deserve it." "I know," Korne replied, stroking Anko's back. "But you also know Naruto. If anyone can come out the other side of this, it's him." Kid Naruto groaned and turned his back to the wind howling all around him. "Kid, wake up." The sound of hissing filled Naruto's ears as he tried desperately to just go back to sleep. "Naruto, I need your help. Wake up." This time Naruto did wake up as the booming voice of his pops shouting above him for help forced him into awareness. He looked around and noticed that the peaceful environment of his mindscape was in the middle of a hurricane. Wind howled, threatening to pick him up off the ground while lightning flashed, illuminating the darkened clouds above him. He looked up and saw that his pops was standing above him, shielding him from the torrential rain and snarling as he swiped his claws at something. A boom of thunder filled the air, but even louder still was a sound of hissing coming from all around him. Naruto squinted his eyes as he realized the thing Kyuubi was swiping at was a congregation of giant snakes, all made out of some sort of dark, ethereal flame. Kyuubi roared and tore its claws through one of them, but it was quickly replaced by another. "Pops!" Naruto shouted. "What's going on?" Kyuubi grunted and wrapped a tail around him, bringing him up to eye level and drenching him in the rain. "That snake bastard planted a seal on your neck. It's trying to corrupt you with his chakra. I can hold them off for now, but I won't last. How can I help?" Kyuubi remained silent as it took another swipe at a snake and roared. Naruto grew frustrated with his father and shouted once more. "Pops! What can I do to help you?" "I can't ask you to do what I need you to do," Kyuubi grunted, remorse in its giant red eyes. "Bull!" Naruto replied angrily. "You just told me not 5 minutes ago that you need my help. Now what are we going to do?" "I need you to go out and weaken the seal so I can break out," Kyuubi said. "I know you have no reason to trust me, but what do I have to do?" Naruto asked, cutting him off. Kyuubi's eyes widened in surprise before its mouth stretched into a feral grin, touched that its kid would trust it to such an extent. "You're gonna need to go outside the cage and tear off the seal covering the lock. That way, I can break out without killing you." "Going outside the cage," Naruto repeated. "But that means," Kyuubi nodded. "Yeah, you're gonna have to face those ghosts of yours. But if you don't, we both die." Naruto froze for only a moment before a determined fire burned behind his eyes and his Kanshuken activated, spinning wildly. He wasn't about to let the closest thing to a father he had die without doing everything he could to stop it. He nodded to his pops and Kyuubi placed him on the ground not far from the giant pines that formed the bars to his cage. He could see the ghostly mob chomping at the bit to get at him and he looked back at the Kyuubi for one last boost of confidence. "Kid, before you go," Kyuubi said, tearing another snake apart with its teeth. "You should know, my real name is Kurama." Naruto grinned and nodded. "It's nice to meet you, Kurama-tachan." He turned and ran head first past the massive trees. He barely made it 3 steps before the mob swallowed him up, and he was once again engulfed in darkness. Memories of all the pain he had ever been through flashed before his eyes as he relived the countless beatings. He felt each blow like it was happening all over again, and his world exploded when that cleaver separated his arm from his shoulder. But worse still than all of that was the hunger. Tears streamed down his face as he relived every single night he had spent curled up on his dingy mattress, stomach crying out in pain as the words the villagers shouted at him every day played on an endless loop. "Demon. Brat. Just die already. Get out of here. Stay away from my children. Who could ever love something like you?" He covered his ears and forced his eyes shut, trying to will away the voices shouting at him while the cold tendrils of loneliness wrapped around his heart. Somehow, it was worse than it ever had been before. He finally had experienced good things in his life, and the idea of losing them and going back to the way things were hurt more than any beating ever could. "Naru-kun." His eyes opened as a single voice rang through the shouts filling his head. He looked up and he saw Tsunade standing above him, smiling softly. He couldn't help but smile and whisper the one thing he made sure to never address her as. "Mom." In an instant the darkness and the ghosts were beaten back as more and more glowing forms of Naruto's precious people manifested themselves. Hiruzen, the Ichirakus, Kurama, Iruka, Shizune, Hon, Karatsuchi, Shino, Kiba, Zabuza, Kanan, Haku, Anko, Hinata, Korone they all appeared and the glowing light around them pushed the shadows back. The pain faded and Naruto soon found himself lying once more on the ground, looking up as the gale force winds shook and rattled the titanic evergreens. He focused on the trees and a group in the center flickered and transformed into a giant wooden gate. The beams crisscrossing it thicker than he was tall. In the middle of the gate was a massive 12-foot slip of paper with the symbol for seal on it. Willing himself towards it, a pillar of earth shot up out of the ground beneath Naruto, raising him to be level with the seal. He reached out and pried the corner off the gate when a hand grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him back. Naruto landed on his behind with a grunt, and looked up angrily at whoever it was that managed to stop him from helping his pops. "Hey, what's the big?" he trailed off as he took in the man standing above him. Everything from the messy blonde hair, the clear blue eyes, and the long white robe with the words Fourth Hokage written on them. "Hello, Naruto," the fourth said, smiling gently. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, stupefied that he was actually meeting his hero. "You're supposed to be dead." The fourth chuckled and shook his head. "I am. When I sealed the Kyuubi's chakra inside you, I placed a little bit of my own chakra in the seal in case it ever weakened the seal or tried to use you to escape." "Use me?" Naruto asked, confused. "Why would Pops use me? He's been looking out for me my whole life." The fourth looked sadly at Naruto before turning to the cage and shouting in anger. "You convinced him that you were his father? That's low, even for you." Kurama roared as a snake sunk its fangs into its side. "I did no such thing. He just started calling me that, because he wanted a father. At least I was there for him. This is your one chance to talk to him and you're wasting it on me." Naruto raised an eyebrow as the fourth lowered his head in shame. "What's he talking about?" "The night I sealed the Kyuubi in you," the fourth said slowly. "The night of your birth. I knew there was a newborn available for the seal, because it was the night my son was born." "Wait," Naruto's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. "Then that means," the fourth nodded, regret and sadness shining in his eyes. "My name is Minato Namikaze, Fourth Hokage, head of the Namikaze clan, husband of Kushina Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan, and father to you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes teared up as he enveloped his father in a hug. "It's so good to finally meet you. Don't worry, Suna-sensei and Kurama-tachan have been taking great care of me since you've been gone." Minato smiled as Naruto babbled about his life. He could tell he was glossing over certain details, but he couldn't find it in him to care. His chakra was fading, and he needed to do what he was supposed to before his time ran out. "Naruto, if you tear off that seal, the Kyuubi will have even less of a problem breaking out. I created the seal so some of its chakra would leak into yours, but tearing it off will give it almost unrestricted access to the entirety of its yang chakra." Naruto nodded. "I know, but Pops has kept me safe all my life after you and Mom died, and I trust that he's still trying to do that. Orochimaru placed a cursed seal on me, and without his full power, Pops might lose to it." "Besides," Kurama shouted as yet another snake coiled around him, "you might not believe it, but I've had my yin chakra restored since the last time we met. I could have broken out of here at any time." "Then why not?" Minato asked skeptically. "Because it would have hurt Naruto," Kurama yelled. "Now would you please let me help him before these stupid serpents overpower me?" Minato looked between Kurama and Naruto, trying to decide if he should trust the creature that had massacred the village even if it had been under the control of the Sharingan, or do what he was supposed to and reinforce the seal. The decision was taken out of his hands when Naruto hugged him, determination burning behind those bright blue eyes that were so similar to his own, and ripped the seal off with a flourish. Minato smiled sadly and pulled his son back in for one more hug before he faded away. "Just remember, your mother and I love you with all our hearts. We know you'll be a great man someday." Naruto nodded, tears streaming down his face once more, as his father faded into nothingness. Once he was gone, Naruto turned his attention to his other father as Kurama started to glow underneath a pile of flaming snakes trying to subdue him. "Go, I'll take care of them. When you wake up, this'll be nothing but an unwanted hickey from a pervy snake." Naruto laughed and felt himself being pulled out of his mindscape. The last thing he saw was Kurama roar and unleash a massive ball of energy that obliterated the snakes wrapped around him and blew open the gate of his cage. Naruto opened his eyes only to quickly shut them and groan in pain when his sensitive eyes were stabbed with bright fluorescent light shining above him. The sickeningly clean smell all around him told him he was in a hospital room, and he frowned as he felt the coarse paper gown rub against him as he moved. The door opened and he smiled when Tsunade and Shizune entered to check on him. They both cried out in joy once they saw that he was awake, and Tsunade rushed to envelop him in her arms. Naruto accepted the hug eagerly as he was reminded of just why he saw her as a sort of maternal figure, even if he wouldn't voice it out loud. He grumbled half-heartedly while Tsunade inspected him from head to foot and smiled when he locked eyes with Ryuta, who had been lying down at the foot of his bed. "How long have I been out?" he asked. Ryuta grinned, happy beyond words that his partner and brother in all but blood was back among the living. "About a day and a half. The preliminaries finished, and you're gonna be participating in the tournament in a month." Naruto cheered and looked up at Tsunade with a hopeful look on his face. "So when can I put my clothes on and get back to training?" Tsunade shook her head and smiled at her student's eagerness. After the scare she had just received, she was more resolved than ever to speak with him as soon as she could. "I've checked you over, and you should be good to come back to my place with Shizune and me. You'll stay there for a couple days, but we'll get back to training tomorrow if nothing changes." Naruto smiled, then remembering the events that took place inside his mindscape relayed them to his sensei. Tsunade was happy that Naruto had found out the identities of his biological parents, and was unconcerned about the Kyuubi Kurama keeping its word. "And you aren't mad at all for what your father had to do?" she asked. Once they had returned to her apartment and were away from any prying ears. They were sitting on her couch in the living room, and Tsunade felt the need to make sure Naruto didn't feel any sort of bitterness for what had happened to him. Naruto shook his head. He was the Hokage. He had to protect the village when Pops was attacking, and as Hokage it's not like he could ask someone else to give up their kid if he wasn't able to do it himself. Besides, sure, my life has sucked a lot more than most, but if my father hadn't sealed Pops inside me, I wouldn't have met Amateratsu-sama, which means I wouldn't have gotten my Kanshugen or met you and Shizune-chan. You two are like family to me, so how can I be mad? Also, I read about what my father did before he became Hokage, so I guess it makes sense for Gigi not to tell me either, especially if my mother was anywhere near as badass as he was. Tsunade was struggling to hold back her tears while Shizune was openly crying. It seemed that when Naruto had given up the part of his heart that held hatred and resentment to Amaterasu all those years ago, it truly did prevent him from holding any sort of grudge and forced him to think through others' actions and try to understand them from their perspective. That didn't mean he was without his own form of darkness. Naruto may not have been able to truly hate anything, but there was a primal rage that sat just below the surface, waiting to burst out should he perceive anything as a threat to those he considered precious. Luckily, it didn't come out too often, and as a child it was even sort of cute, seeing him stand up for her and Shizune whenever he noticed someone ogling them during their monthly visits, despite the fact that she was by all accounts one of the strongest individuals in the entire village. Tsunade worried though, that one day someone would do something to hurt the people close to Naruto and there would be nothing to stop him from razing everything around him to the ground. Now that Kurama was released and Naruto had access to the entirety of his power, she would have to really start training him to harness it so it didn't overpower him. They both wrapped Naruto up in a hug and Shizune nodded over his head. When they separated, Tsunade got on her knees in front of him, pushing all worries to the side for the moment and looked deep into those beautiful blue eyes that had stolen her heart half a decade before. Naru-kun, you remember when I said there was something I needed to tell you? Naruto nodded and Tsunade took a deep breath before continuing. I was supposed to wait until after you made Chunin to tell you this, but I can't hold it back anymore. She closed her eyes as a tear slid down her face. She felt a smaller, warm hand cup her cheek and opened her eyes as Naruto directed her to look into those eyes that were far too old for the boy who housed them. Take your time, Suna-sensei, I'm right here. Tsunade nodded and closed her eyes once more as she took a deep breath to prepare herself. When I first laid eyes on you, I froze. I had been spending the night drinking and gambling my sorrows away when in a flash of light Amateratsu-sama summoned me to Sarutobi-sensei's office. The sight of you so covered in blood reminded me of Dan and Nawaki, and I wound up having a panic attack and thought that I had fainted. When I woke up, Sarutobi-sensei and I were in your mindscape with Amateratsu-sama holding you in her arms. She took us to meet Kurama, and explained that she would test you to see if you were worthy of receiving her blessings. We all watched as you and she spoke, and you asked her to give you the ability to read. You were there the whole time? Naruto asked, shocked. Tsunade nodded. We were. That's how Kurama got his yin chakra back. He asked to see your memories and after seeing them, nearly killed Sarutobi-sensei and I with his killing intent alone while he tried desperately to break out of his cage. He swore an oath to Amateratsu-sama that he would help you however he could and not fight you for control when you called upon his chakra. In return, she gave him his yin chakra as well. Naruto sat there, touched and amazed that his pops would go so far as to swear an oath to a goddess. He tried to contact him to confirm what Tsunade had said, but Kurama had been unresponsive as he rested from the effort of expunging the effects of Orochimaru's cursed seal. Casting his memory back, it did make sense of what Kurama had been referring to when he told Minato that he had already had his yin half restored. He also remembered his conversation with Amaterasu from all those years ago and his eyes widened as he remembered what they had spoken about after she had granted his request. Then you were there for Tsunade nodded and smiled softly. I remember sobbing when I watched the little boy tell a goddess that could give him anything that he couldn't ask her for the one thing he wanted because it wouldn't be fair. By now it was Naruto who was crying. Shizune rubbed his back soothingly while Tsunade continued. When we left your mindscape, I immediately started healing you. When I was done, I turned to Sarutobi-sensei and demanded he let me adopt you as my own. Naruto's couldn't contain his shock at what she was telling him. His anger momentarily flared as he realized that his surrogate grandfather must have denied her request. Don't be mad at Sarutobi-sensei, Naru-kun, Tsunade whispered, running a hand through his hair. She brought her hand down and cupped his cheek, her thumb stroking the soft whiskers, which she was pretty sure were thicker now than the last time she had seen him. A low rumbling vibrated Naruto's chest, almost like a purr as she stroked his face, calming him down. She had always done this for him when he was upset, and it always worked to soothe him. I told you about how I was before we met. I wouldn't have known the first thing about taking care of a child. I could barely take care of myself. Instead, Sarutobi-sensei offered me a deal. I would come back every month to check up on you, and when you made genin, I would be allowed to take you as my apprentice. If I could prove to him that I could clean up my act and care for you like a mother should, then I would be allowed to ask you if you wanted to be adopted when you made chunin. But didn't I technically become an adult when I made genin? Naruto asked. Technically, but you can still be adopted until you reach the age of majority in the Land of Fire, Shizune explained. And if we're getting really technical about it, Tsunade added, I'm officially accepting you into the Senju clan and naming you my heir. The fact that the Uzumaki and the Senju clans are distantly related will prevent anyone from contesting the action. So, what do you say? Will you be my son? Instead of answering, Naruto tackled Tsunade in a tight hug that brought them both to the ground. Tears of happiness poured down his face as he sobbed into her shoulder, repeating the phrase "I have a mom" over and over. Once he'd settled down, Shizune went to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Tsunade and Naruto sat cuddled on the couch. The ever-present grin on Naruto's face grew even larger when Ryuta, who had been curled up nearby, silently watching the events, congratulated Naruto on getting himself a mom before dismissing himself to inform the rest of the dragons of what had just happened. Dinner was even more lively affair than usual as Naruto was back to being his energetic self, and they had all retired to the living room when a knock at the door interrupted their night. Shizune went to open it, and was hardly surprised when Ananbu told her that the Hokage had summoned Tsunade and Naruto. Tsunade and Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower via Shunshin and made their way inside post-fist. "You have got to teach me that," Naruto said as Tsunade knocked on the door. "And make you even harder to catch after one of your pranks?" "No thanks." Tsunade opened the door when the Hokage called for them to enter and wasn't entirely surprised to see Konan and the red-haired girl they had learned was also part of the Uzumaki clan waiting inside. "Haju-chan. Karen. What are you two doing here?" Konan couldn't help but smile at the affectionate nickname referring to the paper flower she kept in her hair while Karen tackled Naruto in a hug. "Naruto-ni. We were all so worried when we heard what happened. Are you okay?" Naruto smiled and returned the hug. "I'm okay, Karen." He looked up and locked eyes with Konan, smiling reassuringly as he could see the quiet concern in her amber eyes as well. "Naruto-kun, it's good to see you up and about," Hiruzen said, warmth flooding his tone. "I was worried our little snake infestation had gotten the better of you." Naruto's grin took on its signature foxy quality as he turned to his leader and surrogate grandfather. "Don't you know, Gigi, foxes eat snakes?" He and Tsunade then explained everything that had occurred since Orochimaru had bitten him. Naruto decided to let Konan and Karen know about his Jinchuriki status, as well as his heritage, shocking them both as well, causing the Hokage to frown. "Are you sure that is the wisest decision, Naruto-kun? Though you and Karen have grown close and are part of the same clan, she is still a shinobi of Kuza, and Konan, despite the many liberties she has been shown, is still a prisoner who worked for an organization who are actively hunting Jinchuriki." Naruto nodded. "I had been thinking about those problems. Karen's in particular was tough, because even though Kuza mistreated her, there wasn't a lot I could do. She could become a missing 9 and join us like Zabuza did, but that paints a target on her back and the other shinobi of Konoha probably won't trust her, especially if she shares a last name with me. But now, I have a solution." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Whenever Naruto thought of a solution for something that didn't involve him fighting his way out, it usually involved his extensive knowledge of every law ever written in Konoha. "And what is your solution?" Naruto smirked and puffed his chest out in pride. "As head of the Uzumaki clan, I offer my fellow clanmate refuge from a country that persecutes her, and as head of the Namikaze clan, I provide the appropriate backing for this decision," he declared proudly. He turned to Karen and smiled softly. "You told me that you didn't want to be a shinobi, but it was the only way to survive in Kuza as a girl, right?" Karen nodded sadly. "Why yeah. The shinobi of Kuza pretty much do whatever they want, so I had to be one if I didn't want them hurting or taking advantage of me." Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, and used the other one to tilt her chin up and look her in the eye. "Accept my offer of refuge, and you can live as a civilian here, under the protection of both the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze clan." Tears filled Karen's eyes as she nodded happily and embraced him once more. Returning the hug, Naruto turned his attention to Konan. "If you were given all of your freedoms right now, would you go back to the Akatsuki?" Konan frowned as she thought silently about it for several minutes. "After seeing the way the people of Konoha treat you, I can't say for certain that Akatsuki's goals are as benevolent as I once thought. You could easily threaten to destroy everyone in this village, but I can see that wouldn't bring peace. If it succeeded, it would only bring more fear, which would grow into hatred until they rose up to fight you. If I were given my freedom, I would continue on the path you've put me. I would stay by your side and help you find the real path to peace, and should we inevitably run into Nagato, I would hope that you could convince him as you have me. However, I don't wish to be instated as a kunoichi of the leaf. Why not? Tsunade asked. You're an S-class kunoichi. Konoha could use someone like you. Konan shook her head. I never wanted to learn to fight. War had ravaged my country, and I needed to find some way to defend myself. After that, I fought to bring peace. I will continue to do that, but not as a pawn of the state. My loyalties may have shifted, but they are with Naruto now, not Konoha. Hiruzen nodded. Your motivations are understandable, he said and turned to Naruto. I presume you wish to offer refuge and amnesty to Konan as well. Naruto smiled. This time it's the Namikaze clan offering Konan a spot as an honorary member. Tsunade stepped forward as the Hokage smiled and nodded. The Senju clan provides its support to both of these decisions as well, she said, smiling as she winked at Naruto. After all, it would look bad if I didn't support the decision of the next heir, wouldn't it? Naruto grinned while Hiruzen rubbed his temples at what would inevitably be yet another Naruto-related headache. At least these ones didn't involve any more underwear being strung up from flagpoles. His headache faded slightly as a perverse grin stretched across his face. Speaking of which, seeing as you've found out all the details involving your heritage, as well as Tsunade going against my wishes and offering to adopt you before you made Chunin, Tsunade huffed and crossed her arms. I ain't sorry, she mumbled, making Naruto and Karen chuckle while Konan smirked. Hiruzen shook his head and continued. Regardless, I'm sure you are aware of what the laws state about the last surviving male of any clan, correct? Naruto frowned as he rifled through different laws in his head before coming across the one the Hokage was referring to. Oh man, do I have to? Hiruzen laughed. I'm afraid so. Plus you are now the last surviving male of not one but 3 clans, so you're going to have to triple the current problem. 6? Really? How am I supposed to even find one, let alone 6? Hiruzen laughed at the boy's obliviousness. I'm sure you'll manage somehow. Now, there is the matter of your father's old estate. I'm moving in there, Naruto declared. It's mine by right of inheritance anyway. You know, if you move in there it won't take long for word to get out concerning your heritage, Hiruzen informed him. I had already thought of that, Naruto replied. That's why we tell people that you put it on the open market, and I took it as reward for that side mission of ours. It's on file that the reward for the mission is land in my name, so while it will make pretty much everyone mad, it won't raise any red flags. Hiruzen smiled and reached into his desk to pull out the deed to Minato's estate. You just need to sign it. Konan watched in fascination as Naruto's shadow clones ran around the house. Several were cleaning every available surface, as there was a visible layer of dust everywhere when they first arrived. It had been under the cover of night when she, Karen, Tsunade, Shizune, the Hokage, and Naruto had gathered in front of the wrought iron gate of the Namikaze estate. It wasn't a compound like many of the other clans Konan had seen around Konoha living in, but it was a rather large, 2-story house. The house had maintained its condition on the outside, the only evidence of its age had been the overgrown front lawn and path. The inside was comfortable and nicely furnished with several bedrooms and closets to store clothes and equipment. Naruto had frozen inside the door to one of the rooms for a solid 5 minutes, and when Konan went to see what he was staring at she couldn't help but pull him into a hug. The room had been painted light blue with orange swirls around the edges, and in it was everything one would presume a couple expecting their first child would have. After several minutes of silence, Naruto pulled back with a sniff before creating several shadow clones to seal up everything in the room while he shut the door and turned away. The backyard was as ravaged by nature as the front had been, but Konan could see that once properly restored, they would have enough room to do most of their training there. She and Karen had already been given free rein to choose whichever room they wanted, excluding the master bedroom as Naruto had claimed that for himself. Both had little belongings, so they helped his clones with the restoration work while the Hokage returned to his office and Tsunade and Shizune went to pack their own belongings as there was still plenty of room for them as well. Several other clones had been running around the estate drawing complex seals on every surface in case someone tried to break in. The original had been working on the seal on the front gate after Tsunade and Shizune returned, and added all of their chakra signatures to it so as to allow them access to it. They had all finally settled in for the night, enjoying a cup of tea together in the living room before bed, while Naruto's clones kept working diligently on the various security measures, when they heard a pop followed by a squeak as smoke filtered out of the office Naruto had claimed as his own. They all ran to his office and were shocked to see a girl curled up on the floor, her clothing torn, looking at them fearfully with wide, lavender-tinged eyes. Chapter 12 Naruto was all business the second he heard the pop indicating Hinata had arrived. He gathered her crying form up in his arms and held her close as he activated the seal on his throat. "Korne, Kiba, Shino, I need you to come by my new house. Hinata needs her team. It's the fourth sold house, Korne should know where it is. Mom, I need you to run a diagnostic jutsu on her. Make sure you don't touch any of the markings on her body. Haku, Anko, be on guard for any Hyuga searching for Hinata and throw them off the scent if they ask where she is." Naruto looked down at the still crying Hinata and stroked her hair, getting her attention. Hinata looked up, only now realizing who it was holding her. She had been too focused on being taken away from her clan to realize who it was that had saved her. Tears blurred her vision when she saw a grinning pair of blue eyes smiling down at her. "And Naruto-kun? You're okay?" Naruto nodded and pulled her close once more. "Healthy as a horse, Aoheim. Now, Tsunade is going to run a quick diagnostic jutsu then take you to put some clothes on, okay? I need you to not touch those markings at all, okay? I'll have them off of you once you're dressed." Hinata nodded quietly and allowed Tsunade to run a glowing green hand over her body before Naruto transferred her from his arms to hers. Standing up, Naruto marched outside, ignoring everyone else in the house, and started work on erecting the barrier around his house. He had been holding off, on the off chance that what just happened should occur, as he knew the barrier would prevent Hinata from being substituted with the log he had moved from his apartment to his office. But now that the worst had come to worst, he had no need to be lax in any of his security measures. It would be a cold day in hell before he let somebody near his precious people. Ryuta took his customary place next to Naruto, and watched as his partner worked diligently. Which dragons would be the best to summon as bodyguards for them? Naruto asked. Ryuta thought for a moment. Slightly smaller than I was when we met. Probably best to stick with non-elemental ones like me. We're scrappy from a young age. Elemental dragons aren't as much use until they're older, and they'll probably only listen to you. Naruto nodded and finished the seal with a quick swipe of his brush. He activated it and turned around to summon 11 dragons about the size of large dogs. He could tell they were of a lower rank than Ryuta, as despite being smaller than he was when they met, they were clearly more developed, and bowed to them both in respect. They all had dark blue and green scales, and wore no armor. Where Ryuta had horns on the back of his head, they all had what looked like antlers of varying sizes. You are all being assigned to protection detail for Hinata, Tsunaka, Shizune Nichin, the Ichirakus, Anko, Kanan, Karin, Haku, Zabuza, and Korne. Their safety is your prime concern. Other than that, you should listen to them as if you would me. Clear? Yes, sir. The dragons replied, 5 of them running into the house, while 5 teleported away in a puff of smoke. The last one waited with him and Ryuta for the next 5 minutes until they saw Korne, Kiba, and Shino sprinting down the road toward the front gate. Naruto opened the gate and let them in, the last dragon immediately taking up position behind Korne, ushering them into his house without a word. Naruto, what happened? Kiba demanded. Is Hinata alright? She will be, Naruto replied. We'll wait for her to come down and explain what happened. In the meantime, Tenshi-chan, I'd like you to allow this dragon to accompany you for a while. You may be a jonin, but I'm afraid I've started shaking things up, and it would make me feel better if the people I knew who didn't have the benefit of clan protection had something to watch their backs. Their senses are sharper than the best 9 dog, and they'll listen to whatever you say as long as it doesn't compromise your safety. Korne felt a little insulted that Naruto would think so little of her skills, but she also knew that this was his way of showing that he cared and was worried about her. She had a hunch of what had happened and knew that if Naruto was interfering, he would be making a lot more enemies, fast. She nodded and introduced herself to the small dragon. "It is a pleasure, Korne-san," the dragon replied, bowing its head. "I am Ryujin. I will be looking after you for the foreseeable future." They heard footsteps coming from up the stairs, and turned as Tsunade, Shizune, Kanan, Karen, and Hinata made their way into the living room, the dragons he had sent to accompany them taking positions with Ryujin around the group. Hinata kept her head down as she quietly took a seat next to Naruto on the couch, burying her head in his shoulder while she tucked her feet in the large sweater Tsunade had given her. Korne took a seat on her other side and started stroking her back while the others seated themselves in various chairs around them. "Hinata, did they try to apply the seal?" she asked quietly. Hinata nodded and gasps rang out around the room. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper with a seal on it. I'm going to take those markings off you now, okay? I'm gonna need to put this on your forehead." Hinata nodded and took one last deep breath of Naruto's comforting scent before raising her head. Kid growled and an angry buzzing could be heard from the bugs inside Shino as they took in the dark teal lines around Hinata's face, winding down her neck and into the sweater. Naruto held her chin with one hand, looking into her eyes with a comforting smile as his other placed the paper on her forehead and applied just a hint of chakra. The markings started moving as they receded into the paper, and soon enough her skin was back to its unblemished perfection. Naruto pulled the paper away and sealed it in the storage seal in his left wrist, then pulled her back into a close embrace while Korne hugged her from behind. They sat there in silence, letting Hinata go at her own time, and after several minutes she finally spoke. "It happened when I got home from training. My father sent a messenger TT to inform me that he wanted to see me after dinner. I went to his office and he started to ask me questions about my bow-T training. I told him it was going well and that I could hit a bullseye at 200 meters. He nodded, then asked me about my training in our clan's styles. I told him about my victory in the preliminaries, and how my Byakugan helped in seeing my opponent's chakra strings, and the gentle fist allowed me to disable his puppet and secure a quick victory. I thought he'd be proud of me." Hinata paused and took a deep breath. Her voice took on a strangely hollow tone as she recounted what happened next. "He wasn't. He said he had heard different. He said that I had perverted the gentle fist and brought shame upon the clan by relying on my bow and a false taijutsu style instead of respecting tradition and using the proper gentle fist. I don't really remember much until I was sitting in the ceiling building in front of the Council of Yuga Elders. They said that I was guilty of making unapproved modifications to the gentle fist and banished me from the clan. They ripped off my jacket and started drawing the caged bird seal on me. When they tried to activate it, I shut my eyes because I had heard how much it hurt to be sealed if you were older, but instead I wound up in Naruto-kun's office. Those bastards!" Kiba shouted. "They can't get away with this." "I'm afraid they can," Tsunade informed them somberly. "The sealing of the Byakugan is part of their clan laws and is strictly internal. Not even the Hokage can interfere with it." "Naruto-kun," Korne said, looking over the girl between them to lock eyes with him. "That was why you asked Hinata to place that seal on herself when you gave us your gifts after the mission in a wave, wasn't it?" Naruto nodded, pulling Hinata close so she could almost feel his voice as he replied. "I had read about the caged bird seal during my Frenjutsu studies. I read about how it caused severe pain when applied, and I wanted to make sure I could protect Aoheim if her clan turned on her. It took me a while to figure out the best way to get her out of there fast, but I eventually came up with the idea of making a seal that is the same as the substitution technique. I placed one on a log that I kept in my apartment, then moved to my office, and gave the other to Aoheim. I'm still trying to work out a better way to instantly be where I'm needed, but I think I've got a few ideas. Thank you for rescuing Hinata from suffering through being given that seal. She's like a little sister to me, and I feared every day that the Hyuga might eventually turn on her for her kind and gentle nature. Korne said, tears stinging her eyes. Will there not be consequences for Naruto? Shino asked. Yeah, Karen agreed. You just said that even the Hokage can't interfere with internal clan matters. Won't that mean Naruto Ni will be in a lot of trouble? Tsunade couldn't help but grin as her son adopted his signature foxy grin. Don't worry, there's no doubt that I'm about to make a lot of enemies, but I'll be fine. Reassured by his confidence, they all turned to lighter topics until Hinata fell asleep in Naruto's arms. Kiba and Shino took that as their cue to leave, and Tsunade, Kanan, Shizune, and Karen all headed to bed, while Naruto carried Hinata up to one of the many guest rooms in the massive house. When he came back downstairs to lock up, he was surprised to see Korne still waiting on his couch. Tenshi-chan, what are you still doing here? Korne gazed forlornly into the cup of tea in her hands, until a blush worked its way up her cheeks. In all the commotion, I never got the chance to tell you how happy I am to see you awake. Naruto smiled and took a seat next to her. You know me, ain't nothing going to keep me down. Korne shook her head and looked up at him, tear-filled vermilion eyes swimming with barely controlled sadness and concern. Do you have any idea how terrifying it was to see you like that? Rolling around and screaming in pain. We were all worried. Anko has been in a rage ever since you collapsed. Haku and Hinata haven't been able to focus on anything, even though they should be training for the tournament next month where it's entirely possible they might lose their lives. Kanan just disappeared and we all thought she had somehow escaped or was plotting an attack until the Hokage notified us she had locked herself away in one of the filing rooms. And Mishi trailed off and looked away awkwardly. What about you? Naruto asked softly, cupping her cheek. I was a wreck. Korne exclaimed. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, all I could think about was you and how I might not get a chance to see what that kiss meant. She froze and her eyes widened in fear. She hadn't meant to let that last part slip. Her shock melted into pleasure, though, when she felt Naruto pull her into a scorching kiss. She was panting slightly by the time they separated, and couldn't help but smile when Naruto leaned their foreheads together, his eyes still closed. I want to see what it means too, Tenshi, he whispered. I know you have your reservations, especially because of our age difference, but I'd be willing to go at whatever pace you prefer as we figure out what it is we both feel. But there are some things you would need to know first. Korne listened quietly as Naruto relayed the many developments that had happened since he had collapsed on the floor of the arena 2 days prior. She grinned when he told her that he not only had found out who his birth parents were, but had also been adopted by Tsunade. She had always known that their relationship was more than that of student and sensei, and was happy that Naruto now had living people he could call family. Korne couldn't hide her shock when he revealed his heritage, though now that she knew, she couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between Naruto and pictures of the fourth she had seen. There was a brief moment where she felt her anger towards the villagers grow even larger as their mistreatment of Naruto was made even worse now that she knew he was the son of two of Konoha's most powerful shinobi and head of 2 clans. Her feelings were mixed when he told her about the Clan Restoration Act and the fact that he would need to marry 6 wives, or be married off by the council in order to repopulate not 1, but 3 clans. A part of her was upset that if they went through with exploring their feelings, and they developed into more, she would never have Naruto to herself. However, a surprisingly larger part of her was actually relieved. Naruto may have been oblivious, but she was not. She had seen the way certain other girls looked at him, some of them close to her. She knew that if she pursued a relationship with Naruto, there would always be a part of her that would feel as if she had betrayed Anko and Hinata of their happiness. Anko was her best friend, and she could see how much Anko liked how Naruto treated her. His kindness and humor certainly helped make him appealing, but for Anko, Korne knew that it was a shock to not have to win the acceptance of someone and the fact that Naruto was a natural gentleman, even with her. He appreciated beauty, but he didn't objectify anyone, and he had zero tolerance for perverts or obnoxious guys. Hinata, on the other hand, was, as she had said, like a little sister to her. Korne could remember days where she would encourage Hinata to speak to Naruto and try to get to know him. She remembered laughing at her students blushing and stuttering, and smiling when Hinata told her about how Naruto inspired her to never give up. It was painfully clear to pretty much everyone but Naruto that Hinata was head over heels in love with him, and she would be crushed if he chose someone else over her. But with this new development, Korne could explore her feelings for Naruto while not dashing Anko or Hinata's hopes for happiness. Her mind made up, she smiled and leaned in to kiss Naruto again. Leaning back once more, she looked into his shining blue eyes and grinned. "I'd like to go on a date with you, Naruto-kun." Naruto had barely gotten out of bed the next morning when the summons from the council came. He smiled as he turned from his front gate back towards the house. Korne had left not long after he agreed to go on a date with her, and he had spent the next hour lying in his bed, smiling at the ceiling as he relived every millisecond they had spent kissing. He closed the front door behind him and went up the stairs. He chuckled to himself as a messy-haired Tsunade groaned and rolled out of bed, stomping around and pouting while muttering about stupid councils and even more stupid sons for angering the stupid councils. Naruto couldn't stop the grin from forming on his face at her casual mention of him being her son, and hugged her tightly, which helped to improve her mood a bit. They ate a quick breakfast of toast and cereal before preparing to head to the meeting. Tsunade showed him how to mold the chakra for a shunin technique, and they practiced for about half an hour, content to make the council wait as they knew what the meeting was going to be about. With the help of his clones, Naruto got the basics of the shunshin down, and they finally decided it was time to leave. Naruto locked the front gate, and together they shunshin to the Hawkage Tower. Naruto only slightly stumbled as he arrived and grinned. Ryuta and Tsunade's guard dragon, Ryusawa, trailed a step behind them and to their sides as they pushed open the doors to the council chamber. Naruto was mildly surprised that this time, it was just the shinobi side of the council present along with the Hawkage. He had barely made it to the center of the room when Yashiyuga pointed an accusing finger at him. "Where is she, boy?" He scowled as Naruto simply smiled at him before bowing to Hiruzen. Deciding on applying some theatrics, he channeled a little bit of chakra to his throat, ridding his voice of its hoarse quality and the burning pain that still came when he spoke for too long. "Forgive us, Hawkage-sama. Suna-sensei was training me on a new technique and we lost track of time." Hiruzen smiled at his surrogate grandson's formal tone and the shock on the faces of the various clan heads who were hearing him speak for the first time. "While I will never condemn working to better oneself, do try not to make a habit of it, Naruto-kun. Punctuality is trade not nearly given the amount of respect it deserves." Naruto nodded. "Wise words, Hawkage-sama. I will endeavor to learn from my mistake this morning." Hiruzen chuckled before returning to his calm, serious mask as he scanned over the faces of the various clan heads. Some were openly scowling at Naruto, their distaste for him clear. Some, like the heads of the Inuzuka and Aburim clans, were curious as to what Naruto had done, and were trying to form their own opinions of him. Others were simply angry that they had been called to such an early meeting and made to wait for him to arrive. The only two people who didn't look unhappy were Tsunade, who smiled at him in support, and Shikaku, whose head was resting on the table as he slept. Now, Perhaps we can delve into what it is that has necessitated a meeting at such an early hour. Hokage-sama, this child has not only interfered with internal clan matters, but is also charged with kidnapping my daughter. Hiashi growled, glaring vengefully at Naruto. Hiruzen frowned and turned his attention to Naruto, who simply ignored the glares being sent his way. Those are some serious allegations, Hiashi-san. Naruto-kun, how do you plead? Not guilty on either counts, Hokage-sama. Then how do you explain my daughter disappearing in the middle of her sealing ceremony, only to be replaced by a log? Hiashi spat. The application of the caged bird seal is a sacred tradition within the Hyuga clan, and must be applied to all who are not part of the main branch in order to protect the Byakugan. Naruto hummed thoughtfully and turned around to hop up on the civilian side of the horseshoe table. Swinging his feet, he smiled pleasantly at Hiashi. Hiashi-san, last I checked, Hinata was your oldest daughter and heiress to the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Why would you apply the seal to her? Hiyashi's scowl grew more severe as he sprung to his feet, Byakugan activated as he yelled at Naruto. That's Hiashi-sama to you, boy. You would do well to show the proper respect to your superiors before your impudence gets you killed. Naruto's expression grew cold. He leaned forward and rested his forearms on his thighs as he met Hiyashi's Byakugan with a furiously spinning Kunchugan. That sounded almost like a threat, Hiashi-san, not something that should be doled out thoughtlessly. You do well to remember that the only respect you are due is that of a non-active jonin. Your position in your clan means nothing to me, nor does anyone else's. Respect is to be earned, not demanded. Hiruzen could feel various killing intents leaking from the clan heads who sided with Hiashi. While he agreed with what Naruto was saying, the boy was not making any friends with his blunt attitude. Meanwhile, Ksume, Shibi, and Tsunade were watching approvingly as Naruto did not yield, seemingly unfazed by the various killing intents. I confess I too am curious, Hiashi, he said, breaking some of the tension. Why would you apply the caged bride seal to your own daughter? Hiashi deactivated his Byakugan and returned to his seat as he composed himself. She broke the laws of our clan and sullied our traditions. As a result, she was banished and to have the seal applied to her. Our seal masters were just about to activate the seal when she vanished, a log sitting in her place. How do you know she didn't just substitute herself? Shibi asked. The sealing chambers of the Hyuga clan prevent anyone but the seal masters from molding chakra, Hiashi explained. Clearly, someone on the outside must have performed the jutsu. I guess the jig is up, Naruto sighed. I may have accidentally forgotten to remove a substitution seal from Hinata after one of our group training sessions. So you admit to it, Hiashi smirked. Return my daughter to me, so we might reapply the seal. Naruto smirked right back. Nope. You don't have a choice, Inoichi growled. The caged seal may be cruel, but it's a necessary evil to protect the village. Not only that, but to interfere with the internal affairs of a clan, and one as influential as the Hyuga is a grave offense, Danzo added. Smirking on the inside as Koharu and Homura played their parts perfectly. And that's only one of the many actions you have taken against the interest of Konoha. Koharu exclaimed. Harboring ninja of other villages, associating with a known high-rank criminal, trespassing on the property of the fourth, Homura listed off, visibly gleeful when even Naruto, Tsunade, and Hiruzen looked at him in shock. Time and again you have gone against the wishes of the council, and put this village at risk. We have tolerated you, but we will not stand for such treasonous acts, you demon. Silence fell over the council chambers as he finished, only to be broken by Ryuta, who growled angrily at the old man's accusations. He stood behind Naruto as he hopped off the table, and released his transformation. Even Danzo was wary of the massive, armored beast looming over them all. Hiruzen and Tsunade locked eyes, both preparing to move in case Naruto lost control. They both tensed as Naruto flexed his chakra, filling the air with an oppressive aura that made it feel like gravity had been increased drastically. Luckily there was no hint of Kurama's killing intent, signifying Naruto was not using his father's chakra to intimidate them. His Kanshuken span faster than ever, the swirling gold and blue mesmerizing as they were intimidating, and he channeled more chakra to his throat, amplifying his voice, increasing its volume, and giving it a ringing, echoing effect as it surrounded them. "You have it backwards, old man. I'm the one who has tolerated you. I work tirelessly for this village, and I do not appreciate being accused of committing treason by lawmakers who can't even be bothered to read their own laws." His voice remained steady and calm, and the crushing pressure faded as he turned to address Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, with your approval I would like to include the shinobi side of the council on our revelations from yesterday as part of my defense." Hiruzen contemplated Naruto's request for a solid minute before nodding his head slowly. "The floor is yours, Naruto-kun." Naruto inclined his head gratefully, then turned to stare Hiashi down. "You accuse me of interfering with internal clan affairs. I did no such thing. I have already told you of the substitution seal that was left on Hinata by mistake. By law in Konoha, the banishment of an individual is not properly enacted until said individual has left the confines of the clan's estate, ensuring they still have the necessary access to get their affairs in order before leaving. Therefore, the second Hinata appeared in my office, she was no longer part of the Hyuga clan, and thus no longer governed by their laws. She is now just another kunoichi of the leaf, and you have no right to apply that seal on her." He paused, allowing the fact that he had outmaneuvered Hiashi to sink in for the arrogant clan head. Additionally, Hinata, along with Kanan and Karen, have all been granted protection and by the head of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Naruto smirked as the rest of the council processed what he just said before bursting out in anger. They were outraged that he would go so far as to presume he could garner the approval of two dead clans. Hiruzen sighed at the inevitable headache that this revelation would undoubtedly produce, and leaked some of his killing intent to silence the dissenters. "I can attest for Naruto's claims," he said. "Naruto Uzumaki is the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. As a result, he holds the authority as head of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Not to mention he has been named heir apparent of the Senju clan," Tsunade added, smiling at her son. "The details concerning Naruto's heritage are to remain an S-ranked secret, and will be kept better than the last secret involving him," Hiruzen declared. "Anyone who dares utter a word about this will be killed, and their clan tried for treason for inviting more enemies to Konoha's gates." The other clan heads nodded fearfully, and Naruto smiled as Ryuta transformed back to his smaller form. "If that's all, Hokage-sama, I need to train so that I may better represent Konoha in the tournament next month." He bowed and walked out the door, Ryuta, Tsunade, and Ryusawa not far behind him. The rest of the week was not nearly as eventful. Naruto and Tsunade stepped up his training in preparation for the tournament. They had increased the level of his resistance seals when they learned that his first opponent was to be Lee, and he had been working himself into the ground ever since while his clones focused on mastering whatever they could. His elemental styles were coming along well, as he had moved on to creating a lightning style while still practicing combining the others. Today was Sunday, though, and as usual he was taking it easy. He had visited the Ichirakas, excitedly informing them of his adoption as well as his placement in the third round of the exams. They had both congratulated him on finally finding a family to call his own, and had waived the price for his meal as reward for making it so far in the exams. Naruto was now sitting alone in Training Ground 43, his Kanshuken active as he stared at the trees around him. He had begun to notice a strange glowing coming from his surroundings and was trying to figure out what it was. It was almost like the trees and plants and rocks all had their own chakra, but he couldn't make heads or tails of it. He closed his eyes and sighed in frustration as he contemplated what it could mean if the things around him had chakra. He hadn't been able to find a single book on the subject and was beginning to feel as lost as he was with his seal experiments. Apparently, the second Hokage as well as his father had found ways to use seals to move instantaneously between 2 points, but every record he found on it was vague at best. Neither Hiruzen nor his mom were nearly skilled enough in seals to understand how those techniques had worked, so he was left with yet another dead end and was close to tearing out his hair. Maybe I just have too much on my plate, he thought to himself. It would make sense as from the moment he woke up after being bitten, he had been thinking of ways to remove the cursed seal without killing the bearer. If it had hurt so badly for him, Naruto couldn't bear the thought of Anko walking around with a prototype of the seal randomly torturing her with debilitating pain. On top of that, after his little stunt in front of the Shinobi Council, Naruto could feel a certain tension in the air. It was clear that several of the clans were threatened by his blatant disregard for the way things had run in Konoha for as long as anyone could remember, and he worried about what would happen should that tension reach a boiling point. Unfortunately, his train of thought was broken when he felt an unfamiliar chakra signature above him and had to dive to the side to avoid several projectiles speeding toward his head. He opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the projectiles. Standing on a thick tree branch above him was a girl around his age with pale blue hair tied up in a spiky ponytail while 2 long strands of hair framing her pale face. She had dark eyes that glared down at him sadistically, but there was something missing behind it. Compared to the sadism in Anko's eyes, there was a conspicuous lack of sincerity in this girl's eyes. She wore a dark green sleeveless top over her mesh armor, and tied it closed with a burned orange sash across her stomach. Her legs were only covered by a pair of bike shorts and a pair of sandals on her feet. "Naruto Uzumaki," the girl said. "My name is Gurren, and Orochimaru-sama has burdened me with the glorious task of ending your life. I really can't catch a break," Naruto thought. His eyes widened when Gurren held out her hand and crystals began to form in the air around it. Thinking quickly, he activated his Kunshugen and relaxed his muscles. Time came to a stop as the last of Gurren's crystals started forming, and he took his time to carefully analyze everything he could. As far as he could tell, she was channeling both earth and wind chakra to create her crystals. The crystals themselves weren't being created out of her chakra itself, but rather the unique combination of chakras seemed to cause the moisture and particles in the air to crystallize. This told them that her ability created crystals from the matter around her as opposed to being generated from her chakra, meaning any earth or water techniques he used would simply supply her with more ammunition. He still wasn't adept enough with his lightning or fire natures to do any real damage, and his wind techniques generally weren't suitable for breaking through what was sure to be a powerful defense. On top of that, he could see a familiar chakra signature glowing from some kind of seal on the back of her neck. Naruto's mind worked furiously and his eyes prickled slightly as an absolutely insane idea sprung up in his head. Time started to move once more and a dark grin spread across Gurren's face as she hurled her crystals at Naruto. Naruto dodged the onslaught and leapt to a tree branch roughly 20 meters from Gurren. He had barely landed when the mouth of an enormous pink crystal dragon surged up from under him, crushing the branch between its jaws and just narrowly missing as it tried to shred him to pieces. "You might as well get up," Gurren called as she and the dragon chased Naruto further into the woods of the training ground. "My crystals are unstoppable. You'll soon be dead and Orochimaru-sama's wishes will be granted." She created a spinning blade of thin crystal and hurled it at Naruto, forcing him to duck and stumble right into the waiting jaws of her dragon. She commanded the dragon to snap its jaws closed and slam into the ground. It exploded on impact with the ground and reformed into a large outcropping of crystal jutting out of the ground. Floating in the center of it, trapped, was Naruto. Gurren smiled as she landed on the ground and approached the pink, transparent cage. "If it's any consolation, most people don't even last that long. I'm going to enjoy slowly chiseling you to pieces." She raised a hand, creating a spear of crystal, and prepared to drive it deep into the outcropping when Naruto's cage started to glow. The light originated around Naruto and spread out to fill the entirety of his crystal prison. Gorin watched, unsure what was happening as the pink of her crystals faded into a pale green. Cracks began forming along the surface of it, and she had to rush to create a shield as the prison exploded. Pale green shards flew out in every direction while Naruto landed on his feet with a smirk, infuriating Gorin. "All right, you want to play? I'll play," she shouted as she created a veritable deluge of pink needles, raining them down on Naruto, who didn't make a move to dodge. To Gorin's shock, Naruto spun in place, his movements dancing between fluid, light, and firm, and as he did, the crystals hurtling towards him changed color once more before spinning around his body in time with his motions and being sent back at her. "How?" she shrieked as she created another rain of spears. Naruto winked and disappeared with a burst of smoke just as one of her spears pierced his chest, and Gorin froze as she felt cold metal against her neck. "Depending on how you are after I remove this seal," Naruto whispered in her ear as he channeled both his and his pops' chakra into his hand and pulled out a piece of paper similar to what he had used on Hinata earlier that week. He slapped the paper to the back of her neck, watching with his Kunshigen as Orochimaru's fudge chakra was sucked out of Gorin's body before she collapsed in his arms with a gasp. Tsunade reclined in the hot spring with a sigh. It really had been a long week of training with Naruto, and she was in desperate need of some relaxation. As she enjoyed the soothing warmth of the water, her thoughts turned towards her son, a smile finding its way to her face as it did every time she thought of her and Naruto officially being family. His life just seemed to be getting more and more complicated as time went on. Across from her, Konan groaned as she lowered herself into the water. "I take it your work in the file room is starting to wear on you?" Konan scowled and sank even lower into the water while Ryuko, the dragon Naruto had assigned to shadow her, snickered from her position curled up on a nearby rock. Conan's been itching for some action, especially because the boss has stopped sending clones to help her while he trains. Ryuko was the only reason that Tsunade had finally been able to enter the springs in the first place, as Ryusawa had constantly argued that as a gentleman, he would be unable to properly guard her in the segregated onsen. "Is that so?" Tsunade asked, smirking with an arched brow. Konan shrugged nonchalantly and leaned back, though the slight darkening of her cheeks told Tsunade she wasn't as unaffected as she let on. For one so young, he makes for stimulating conversation. He even makes something as dull as sorting through mountains of paperwork and budget proposals less mind-numbing. "He is pretty smart for his age," Tsunade replied. "How is the council handling his most recent bout of boat rocking?" Konan inquired. Tsunade sighed and shook her head. "As an active shinobi, I don't get to be present in most of the proceedings, though Sarutobi-sensei has my power of attorney, so that helps since he has the combined political power from his position and the Sarutobi, Namikaze, Uzumaki, and Senju clans. Near as we can tell, Naruto's actions have divided the clan heads on how they feel about him. One group is totally against him because he seems to have a complete lack of regard for clan laws. They're primarily made up of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Kurama clans. Another is on his side, mostly due to his character proving that he would go to whatever lengths necessary to protect those he's loyal to. This of course won over the Inuzuka, and the Aburam can appreciate it as well. Surprisingly, Shikaku also seems to be aligning himself with Naruto as well. The third group is the biggest and composed of everyone else. They're against everything Naruto stands for and see him as a threat to their way of life. They're also the ones who have the civilian council on their side and lobby the hardest against him. That sounds like it has the potential to get very dangerous, very fast, Konan remarked. It already is, Tsunade informed her. Shizune has told me that there's been an increase in training injuries lately, and it seems to be following the pattern of clan allegiances. I have noticed more and more glares being directed my way, Konan said. I'm worried about what happens when other villages hear about how tense the situation is here, Suin said. It wouldn't take much for this all to escalate past a point of no return, and if it does, not only will the village be vulnerable, but the land of fire as a whole would be as well. Have you considered the possibility of leaving? Conan asked. Naruto would never go along with it, Tsunade replied. He holds no real love for the village itself, but he has people who are close to him here, and as long as they are here he'll defend the village to his last breath. On top of that, Akatsuki is still after him. So what can we do? Saying the odds were stacked against them would be putting it lightly. They had few allies, and their list of enemies seemed to be growing all the time. Sarutobi-sensei sent for my old teammate to come back to the village, Tsunade replied. Together he and I will make Naruto as strong as he can be, not to mention Jiraiya is Konoha's only Seal Master who could possibly help Naruto in furthering his skills. Jiraiya-sensei is coming here? Conan asked anxiously. You know him? Tsunade countered. Her eyes widened in realization. Wait, you were part one of those 3 kids he stayed back to train when we were in Rain, weren't you? That's why you seemed so familiar when we first met. Conan nodded. Jiraiya-sensei taught us how to defend ourselves so that we could survive the war. It was his ideas of peace that inspired Yahiko, Nagato, and I to start Akatsuki. Now though, it's become at best a group of S-class mercenaries run by a man who has lost himself in his pain. If it weren't for Naruto, I too would still be following pain blindly. I can't bear the thought of them coming after the one who showed me that I didn't have to live in constant pain and that there were other ways to create peace. You really care for him, don't you? Tsunade asked, already knowing the answer. Conan nodded and opened her mouth to reply but was cut off as the seals on their necks activated and Naruto's quiet voice whispered in their ears. Mom, I need you to come meet me at the house. There's someone here I need you to look at. Tsunade sighed and rose to her feet, wrapping a towel around herself. Why do I get the feeling our lives are about to get even more complicated? Because that's just part of your son's charm. They quickly got dressed and exited the hot springs only to be surprised by Ryuta waiting just outside with a rather nervous-looking Jiraiya. Hey, Tsuhime. I take it this overgrown iguana works for you? Tsunade-sama, I caught him attempting to spy on you and Conan-sama while you bathed, Ryusawa informed her. Would you like me to report him, or deal with him personally? Wait, Conan? What are you doing in Konoha? Jiraiya asked. Where are Nagato and Yahiko? It's good to see you again, Jiraiya-sensei. I see you haven't changed, Conan replied with a smile that faded as her thoughts turned to her old friends. I'm afraid I am here on my own. You can fill him in on what he's missed on the way, Conan, Tsunade ordered. Right now, Naruto needs us back home. Wait, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, hurrying after Tsunade. You wouldn't happen to be talking about Naruto Uzumaki, would you? Tsunade nodded. They hurried home, with Conan trying to answer as many of Jiraiya's answers as she could in the short time. He fell silent as they arrived at their house and looked up at the newly restored building. So, he knows about his heritage already? He knows about a lot, Tsunade replied bitterly. She pushed open the door and ushered them in. We'll talk about it later. Jiraiya nodded, his trademark go-offness nowhere to be found. He followed her into the house where they saw Naruto kneeling on the floor in front of the couch where a girl with pale blue hair, just a shade or two darker than Conan's, lay unconscious. Naruto turned his head at the sound of the door opening and closing and saw his mom with Conan and some stranger with long, white hair. Trusting that Ryuta, who had returned from the realm of dragons and was curled up on the floor by his feet, would keep an eye on the stranger, he turned his attention to his mom. I need you to run a diagnostic to make sure she isn't suffering from any brain damage, he signed. Tsunade nodded and began checking the girl over while Conan introduced Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, this is Jiraiya-sensei. He was Tsunade-sama's old teammate and is the one who taught me during the war. Naruto nodded and reached out his hand in greeting. I guess that means you can be trusted, he said in hoarse voice. Jiraiya smiled and reached out to shake his godson's hand, only to frown in fear as Naruto held him in a crushing grip and flexed his chakra while channeling a little bit of his pops' chakra to turn his eyes red with a slitted pupil. "But if I ever hear about you peeping on Tsunakaken, I'll wipe you from the face of the earth, Sannin or not, got it?" Jiraiya swallowed nervously, sweating under the surprising force of Naruto's chakra as he nodded quickly. As quickly as it came, the crushing aura vanished and Naruto's eyes returned to normal. Jiraiya turned his attention to the girl lying on the couch below Tsunade and attempted to move things along. "So, who's the girl?" Naruto turned back to the girl and returned to his place kneeling in front of her. "Her name's Gurren. Orochimaru sent her to kill me." Even Tsunade hesitated in her work while Kanan took over voicing her outrage for her. "And you decided to bring her here? If Orochimaru sent her, then she's dangerous. She should be in custody. Or killed." Naruto silenced her with a stern look that no 13-year-old should have been able to pull off. "If you'll remember, Kanan, it wasn't too long ago that you were in her position. My situation was different." Kanan argued. "Really? Is it not Akatsuki's goal to capture all the Jinchuriki and extract their tailed beasts, killing them in the process?" Kanan had the decency to look away, cheeks burning with shame. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I just worry for your safety." Jiraiya wished he had his notebook so he could jot down notes for inspiration as Naruto stood up and walked over to Kanan, wrapping his arms around her waist. He was quickly gaining on her in terms of height, only standing a couple of inches below her as he caught her eyes with his own. "It's okay, Haju-chan. I appreciate your concern, and it makes me happy that you care about me enough to worry. However, I need you to trust in my judgment. Not everything is as simple as we think at first glance, remember?" Kanan nodded and buried her face in Naruto's shoulder. Naruto smiled and stroked her back while turning his head to his mom. "What's the prognosis?" Tsunade leaned back and deactivated her jutsu. "No signs of permanent brain damage. She does show signs of chakra exhaustion, which is strange considering her reserve don't seem terribly depleted, and there is evidence of foreign chakra being in her system." Naruto nodded. "That makes sense. When do you think she'll wake up?" "Whenever," Tsunade replied. "Whatever you did to pull out that foreign chakra sent her into shock as it had been in her for a dangerously long time and was in danger of corrupting her entire chakra network as the two mixed. All she needs is a little infusion of chakra to jumpstart her network and wake her up. Can you do it now?" Naruto asked, pulling away from Kanan. Tsunade did as requested and pressed her glowing green hand against the back of Gurren's neck. In a matter of seconds, she groaned and squeezed her eyes before opening them slowly and looking around. Seeing the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she shot up in a panic. "Where am I?" she asked fearfully. "Who are you people?" Naruto smiled and stepped forward. Clearly removing the seal from her head worked as there was no longer the almost sleepy air around her that she had before. Channeling some chakra to his throat, he spoke in as soothing a tone as he could. "It's all right, you're safe here." Recognizing Naruto as the boy she had attacked, Gurren's eyes widened as she recoiled in fear. Please, don't hurt me. I didn't mean to attack you." He told me to, and it was like my body started acting on its own. Naruto nodded and kneeled down in front of her while Tsunade stood up to give them some space. If the past was any indicator, Naruto was about to somehow charm her into helping them and they were about to probably get yet another roommate. "I'm not going to hurt you," Naruto said. "Do you remember my name?" Gurren nodded shakily, her rapid breathing starting to slow. "Why, you're Naruto Uzumaki." "That's right," Naruto said calmly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a slip of paper and a scroll. "I know you weren't in control of your actions. Orochimaru placed a seal on you but I took it off." "You did?" Gurren asked hopefully. "He doesn't control me anymore?" Naruto shook his head. "Would you like to see it? Proof that you're finally free?" Gurren nodded. "Please? If you could." I just want to be sure. Okay, Naruto said with a smile. He reached out to help Gurren to her feet, waiting patiently when she froze and recoiled until she finally put her hand in his. Naruto pulled her over to the kitchen and unrolled a part of the scroll on the table. He placed the paper face down on the scroll and channeled a little bit of chakra into it. Ink spread out from the paper, and when he pulled it off, there was an intricate seal drawn on the scroll. That's a loyalty seal. Orochimaru placed it on you to make you believe anything he said. I can only guess that your crystal release was simply too valuable for him not to try and collect. Gurren nodded and looked at the seal with a mixture of fascination and disgust. She turned to her savior as he rolled the scroll back up and placed it in his pocket. Thank you, Naruto, for saving me from a life as that man's slave. Naruto nodded and pulled her back up to her feet. It was the right thing to do. Besides, fighting those crystals of yours was really fun. It made me really have to think about how to beat you. Gurren's eyebrows shot up as she was reminded of their brief battle in the forest. Speaking of our fight, how were you able to control my crystals? Do you have the crystal release as well? Everyone else in the room turned to Naruto, and he shrugged sheepishly before Tsunade stepped in. Gurren, my name is Tsunade. Unfortunately, the answer to that is classified until we can determine whether you're a safety concern. If you don't mind, there's an empty room upstairs where you can rest while we discuss how to move forward. I understand, Gurren replied. If it helps, I am willing to give you any information I have on Orochimaru in exchange for being allowed to stay with Naruto. Why would you want to stay with me? Naruto asked. I don't have anyone else, Gurren stated sadly. Before Orochimaru found me, I was an outcast. People feared me because of my powers and shunned me. You rescued me, and are treating me like a person even though I tried to kill you. If possible, I'd like to stay with you and fight by your side. Naruto nodded and performed a quick summoning jutsu. Yet another dragon like Ryuko and Ryusawa appeared and bowed its head to him. The Uzumaki clan welcomes you, Gurren. This little fella will stay with you and keep you safe as well as remind people that you're under my protection. Gurren bowed gratefully while the dragon cheerfully led her up the stairs, introducing itself along the way. So, are you going to answer the question, Naruto? Tsunade asked. How were you able to manipulate the crystal release? Naruto smiled sheepishly and sat in the chair Gurren vacated. It wasn't that hard, he said. Once I figured out that she was using wind and earth chakra to crystallize particles, it didn't take much to figure out how to do it myself. To prove his point, he closed his hand and pumped a little bit of chakra before opening it to reveal a tiny, pale green, crystalline flower which he handed to blushing Konan. Kid, that's supposed to be impossible, Jiraiya informed him. Advanced releases are supposed to need a specific bloodline to properly combine the chakra natures. It's not like it was easy, Naruto said. But once I saw that it kinda ran along the same lines as what I was trying to do with mixing my elemental styles together, it sorta just clicked in my head. Do you think it could be another ability of the Kanshugen? Konan asked. Naruto shrugged. I've never been able to replicate your paper techniques or Seiki-chan's ice techniques before. But we haven't actually tested if there were any new abilities that came with your Kanshugen maturing, Tsunade said. So it's entirely possible that this is just another manifestation of your growing abilities. In fact, it's the most likely answer. Cool! Naruto exclaimed. Hey, Ryuta, you hear that? My Kanshugen's gotten even more badass. That's awesome, bro. Now you and I can kick even more ass. Ryuta cheered. Maybe that's also why you keep seeing that weird chakra everywhere. I'm sorry, Jiraiya interrupted their celebration with a confused and frustrated look on his face. But what is a Kanshugen? Naruto answered by activating his dojutsu, shocking Jiraiya as he laid eyes on the gold and blue spirals spinning around his pupil. Naruto has a newly discovered dojutsu unique only to him, Tsunade explained. We're still trying to figure out what all of its abilities are. Naruto stood and created a shadow clone who saluted and ran out the front door. Hey, Mom, while you get C9 up to date, I'm gonna go check on Gurren. My shadow clone went to get Gigi, so he should be here soon with a bee Hana to talk to her. Tsunade nodded and Naruto and Ryuda turned to leave, but were stopped by Jiraiya. Hey, kid, how'd you pull off that trick with showing her what a loyalty seal looked like? Did you make one beforehand? Naruto shook his head. Nope, the one I showed her is the one I removed from her. If you scan it, you'd find Orochimaru's chakra signature is still coursing through it. Jiraiya was stupefied. How could you have possibly removed the seal without breaking it? A foxy grin spread across Naruto's face as he found the answer to a few of his problems. Quid pro quo, C9. Seal masters don't share their discoveries without receiving information of equal value. A little cocky to be calling yourself a master, aren't you, brat? Naruto shrugged. Maybe, but I've created about 30 of my own custom seals so far, and if you want any information on them you'll still have to give up something yourself. Jiraiya scowled and crossed his arms. Fine, how about I teach you some really cool jutsu? You're going to be doing that anyway, Tsunade interjected. That's what you're here for. Doesn't matter, Naruto added. I already know what you're going to teach me. And what's that? Jiraiya asked, feeling suddenly very defensive. You're going to tell me everything you know about the Hiroishin. Chapter 13. You can't seriously expect me to teach him about the Hiroishin, can you? Jiraiya asked. He, Tsunade, and Hiruzen had gathered around the desk in Naruto's office. He had offered them the space to quietly discuss Konoha's next move in light of the information Gurren had given them pertaining to Orochimaru's plans while he, Gurren, Kanan, and Anko remained downstairs. I can and you will, Hiruzen stated firmly. But Tsurutobi-sensei, that's Minato's signature technique. Assuming Naruto, a child, can actually manage to pull it off, once people start seeing him using it willy-nilly, enemies are going to start flocking to Konoha to take out the next Yellow Flash. Firstly, Tsunade said, it was my great-uncle's technique that Minato was given permission to learn, so if anyone has the right to learn it, it's the heir to both the Senju and Namikaze clans. Second, Naruto has been fiddling with the idea of a seal that allowed instantaneous movement since our mission near the border of the Land of Fire. He's going to figure it out on his own eventually, and I'd rather you help guide him than he get hurt experimenting on his own. Lastly, didn't you hear what that gourd girl said, Jiraiya? Orochimaru plans to invade. The enemies are already coming. Tsunade has a point, Hiruzen said. We can benefit from having another shinobi with the ability to use something as reputable as the Hiroishin, not just externally but internally as well. The village is more divided than ever when it comes to Naruto. They see him and his ideology of protecting those close to him as a threat to their way of life and to the village. And is he? Jiraiya asked. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Tsunade demanded. Naruto has shown nothing but loyalty to Konoha. Not from what you've told me. He's interfered with internal clan politics, harbored fugitives who either pose a threat to Konoha or have valuable information that could benefit the village, and I'm sure there's more that he's done as well. And if you were listening, you would know that he has been acquitted of every charge that was unfairly laid against him. Tsunade shouted. It's not like he's planning an attack or anything. I never said he was. Really? Because it sounds an awful lot like you were insinuating that my son was at risk of going rogue. Because you're the model of loyalty to your village. To be frank, I'm surprised my godson isn't wandering the Land of Fire drinking and gambling whatever money Minato and Kushina left him away, cursing the village every other sentence. Tsunade shot to her feet, ready to remind her old teammate that he wasn't the only one awarded the title of Sanin all those years ago. That's enough, Hiruzen said calmly, leaking enough killer intent to put both of his rowdy students in their place. Sit down, Tsunade. We're getting off topic here. Tsunade sat down, still glaring at Jiraiya as she muttered, Sorry, Sarutobi-sensei. Hiruzen waved her off and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I can see where your concerns come from. While we will discuss your absence from Naruto's life later, it does provide you with an unbiased outside perspective. Objectively, it does look like Naruto has a reckless disregard for Konoha's laws, especially considering his past reputation as a notorious prankster, and avoids any punishment with clever wordplay and legal loopholes. To a certain degree that is true. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya balked at their old sensei. Tsunade, when you left the village after the deaths of your fiancé and younger brother, what was it that turned your sadness into hate for Konoha? Tsunade looked down, frowning sadly as old memories resurfaced. This time, though, she found she wasn't drowning in them like she used to. Memories of all the times Naruto made her laugh, or excitably waved his hands around, telling her all about something new he had read in a book contrasted her grief with happiness. I started thinking about how everyone just sort of forgot about Dan and Naoki's deaths. They came to the funerals and offered their condolences, but there was a war going on and the next day it was expected that I get back to business as usual. Konoha was more important than any one person, and the mission demanded 100% of your devotion. I got bitter that the two people I loved more than anything else had died and everyone else just saw them as acceptable losses, or casualties of war. Hiruzen nodded sadly, not happy to bring up such dreadful memories in one of his beloved students. It's a good thing you were the one to adopt Naruto then. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked up. What do you mean, Sarutobi-sensei? I mean that because of you, Naruto's ideals have been shaped in a way that might just see Konoha return to its former glory. He paused to allow his words to properly sink in and continued. As it is, Konoha is no better than a village of sanctioned mercenaries. The elemental countries provide their hidden villages so much autonomy that we have had 3 great wars without the countries we are supposed to represent even taking part. Our shinobi are devoted to the mission, as they are told that their success means the success for their village. The people that are supposed to help me govern the village towards greatness are too steeped in tradition and corruption to propose any sort of change that may affect them in the slightest. Even this coming invasion by the Sound and Sun forces is only possible because we negotiated with the Windamayo and started to siphon money from Suna. It's this failing system that Naruto holds no loyalty for. Hashirama Senju started the system of hidden villages to bring together the warring clans within the Land of Fire. The shinobi forces would be a brand to the military that could take missions from their rulers without the nation itself being held accountable, as they were technically independent contractors. The job of the leader of the shinobi village is supposed to be to decide which missions can benefit their country, bring money to the village, and therefore their country, and be held accountable for the potential political blowback of any high-class missions the ruler assigns them. Naruto holds no loyalty for Konoha, but he is loyal to me, as well as his other precious people. He will go the ends of the earth and beyond to help those close to him, and thanks to his prodigious knowledge of our legal system, he knows how to go about doing that without suffering too harsh of consequences. Alternatively, he is also acutely aware of what a shinobi is, and his duty as such. This balance between love and duty embodies what the will of fire truly is. So there is no threat of Naruto going rogue. Jiraiya confirmed. Not in the sense you're thinking, Hiruzen replied. That being said, with the amount of enemies he is making, it wouldn't take much for him to be forced from the village. You mentioned the council being wrought with corruption, Tsunade said. Does that mean Naruto's investigation has discovered proof? Proof of what? Jiraiya asked. For the past couple months, Naruto has been going through and reading every one of Konoha's files with my permission, Hiruzen stated. He came to me with his suspicions, and seeing that I shared them, proposed that he use his shadow clones to comb through our files with a fine-toothed comb. The evidence he has so far uncovered is astounding, especially now that Conan is helping him with the non-classified files. So why haven't you done anything? We want to wait and gather as much evidence as we can, then we're going to take our case to the daimyo, who will sign off on the arrest warrants so that no one can argue a conflict of interest on my part. Jiraiya sighed, impressed, and leaned back against the wall of the office he used to visit so often years ago. So what are we going to do about Orochi Tem and his little invasion? Naruto sat downstairs with Anko, Kanan, and Goran while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Hokage discussed their plans for the future. I can't believe that bastard plans to invade Konoha. Anko growled as she paced back and forth in front of the couch. I tell you what, we should go over and find those brats from Suna and make them squeal until the Kazekage calls it off. That would be the definition of a bad idea, Kanan said calmly from behind the book she was trying to read. It was somewhat difficult to concentrate when Naruto was leaning against her with his arm around her lower back while Goran curled up with her head on his chest. She had refused to be more than a few feet from Naruto at any time, much like how Hinata had been for the first couple days until Kurne spoke with her in private and convinced her to continue training for the third phase of the exams. Kurne, Anko, and Hinata all seemed to be a tad more overt with expressing their affections to Naruto now as well, something Kanan attributed to them somehow learning of Naruto being mandated to marry at least 6 different women in order to continue the lines of the 3 clans he was heir to. She had to admit to herself that she had been considering it as well. Naruto had changed her life and put her back on the proper path towards peace. He accepted her without reservation, and was a perfect mixture of kind, funny, and handsome. His unending confidence was inspiring without bordering on arrogance. Originally, she had reserves, not only because of the large age difference, but she was slightly uncomfortable with the idea of sharing him. However, those doubts were abated thanks to little moments like these where more than one of the girls yearning for his affections were together with him and he somehow managed to casually show them all equal attention without seeming distracted. Heiza-chan's right, Habihana. We don't want to be the ones who start an international incident, especially with me having just made so many enemies on the council with that stunt I pulled with Aoheim. Besides, Gaara is like me and Honni, so I don't think you're gonna be taking him against his will anytime soon. Like you how, Naruto-kun? Goran asked sleepily, enjoying Naruto's warmth. We're both Jinchuriki, Naruto informed her. Naruto, are you sure it's the best idea to share that information with someone you just met? Kanan asked. I am. Goran understands what it feels like to be shunned because of something out of your control. She's also pledged to fight by my side, so I feel she deserves to know what she's getting herself into. It doesn't change anything, Naruto-kun, Goran said. You're still the one who freed me from Orochimaru's control. Naruto smiled and squeezed her closer to himself. Have you figured out what you're going to do about the council yet? Ryuta asked. Naruto shook his head. They won't do anything until after the exams, so that gives me time to plan. Even if we remove certain members from power, it's just going to fuel certain people's feelings toward me. I need people on my side. Well, don't forget that you're not alone, Kitsu-kun, Anko reminded him. You have us, as well as the Hokage. You can't get a more powerful support than the guy running things. Naruto reached out and grabbed Anko's hand. I'll always be grateful for having you girls by my side, and Gigi will always have my loyalty. But I need more than just him on my side. Members of the council have been subverting Gigi's authority for years. I need to put some real movers and shakers on my side. We'll figure it out, Kanan assured him. For now it's probably better to focus on the tournament and Orochimaru's invasion plan. Naruto agreed and they spoke for a couple more hours before Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya came down. They were rather tight-lipped concerning their plans for Orochimaru, but Naruto could understand that there were certain things above his pay grade. It also helped him to feel less guilty when, after Jiraiya had said he would arrive early the following morning to get started on Naruto's training, Naruto waited patiently until everyone in the house was asleep to get started on his own plans. Danzo had been sitting with a cup of tea in his office when one of his agents informed him that Naruto Uzumaki desired an audience with him and was waiting outside one of the hidden entrances to Root's secret headquarters. Interested in what the boy could want and how he had managed to stumble upon the location of his base, Danzo ordered his agent to escort the boy inside. He waited patiently for several minutes until the heavy wooden doors of his office opened once again and a blindfolded Naruto Uzumaki was led inside. The agent removed the blindfold and disappeared with a bow, while Naruto looked thoroughly unimpressed by the dark, barren office. "Thank you for seeing me at such a late hour, Danzo-san," Naruto said with a bow. "Please, take a seat, Uzumaki-san," Danzo replied, pointing at one of the two chairs across from him. "What can I do for you?" Naruto smiled pleasantly. "I'd like for you and your root agents to work for me." Even Danzo couldn't maintain his composure upon hearing the ludicrous request, and burst out in a fit of chuckles. "That's quite the demand. Especially because my root operations were disbanded by the Hokage years ago." "Then who was it who just escorted me in here?" Naruto countered. "I am an important member of the council," Danzo replied evenly. "It only makes sense for me to have my own guard. But suppose, hypothetically, I was still in control of my old operations. Why would I bend to the will of a boy such as yourself?" "Because you love the village," Naruto explained. "Gigi is right that the will of fire is an important principle in Konoha, and we should endeavor towards peace. However, he's wrong to not see the merit of an organization operating in the shadows. You and your hypothetical organization are just as instrumental to the village as the Hokage and the rest of the shinobi forces." Danzo considered Naruto's words carefully. It is good to see that the younger generations are not completely ignorant. Naruto inclined his head gratefully. "Say you did have control of me and my operations. Were they still running, what would you do with them? Why not bring me before the Hokage, or your newly acquired mother? Have me arrested and hand over the reins to them?" "Oh, I plan to," Naruto replied simply. "Before you order your agents to slit my throat, may we speak frankly? I'm short on time, and I would like for you to understand perfectly what's happening." "Fine, speak your mind. I'm sure your last words are bound to be interesting." Naruto smiled. "Thank you. You're probably wondering how I found this place, right?" Danzo nodded. "Well, for the past few months I've been working a sort of side mission for the Hokage." "What kind of side mission?" "I have been steadily reading through, analyzing, and sorting through every one of Konoha's files." Naruto smirked as Danzo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Let me tell you, some of them make for some pretty interesting reads. It was smart of you to hide all the evidence of your operations among the mountains of paperwork the Hokage has to go through, but the paper trail paints quite the interesting picture. You're not the only one, either. There's evidence of all sorts of corruption in Konoha's upper echelons that pass right under the Hokage's nose in a sea of bureaucracy. However, you are the one who prompted the start of this investigation." "What are you talking about?" Danzo demanded. "When I came back from my mission in a wave, you mentioned the report of my Kunshugen manifesting. That mission report was changed to a rank along with the mission itself, meaning it should have been classified to everyone but the Hokage and those involved in the mission. That set me on the right path, and with my shadow clones, I was able to accomplish what a team of people could not due to the sensitivity of the mission." "So, you plan to blackmail me?" Danzo asked. "I'll have you know, boy, that I won't tolerate being controlled by a child." Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm still going to bring evidence of your corruption along with the other council members to the Hokage, but I'm offering you a choice: be unseated for corruption and work for me, or be executed for treason, and I'll still take control of your forces. If you plan to take control either way, why allow me to live?" Danzo asked. "It's a smarter move to remove me from the equation permanently." Naruto smirked and shook his head. "You're falling into the same trap everyone else on the council has, Danzo. I expected better." "And what trap is that?" Boy. Danzo growled. You don't actually care about this village, Naruto replied condescendingly. I thought if anyone would be loyal, it would be you. Mind your tongue, brat. Danzo exclaimed. I have done nothing but make sacrifice after sacrifice for this village. You come in here spouting that old man's naive rhetoric about peace while trying to blackmail me not 5 minutes later? Who do you think you are? Naruto was unfazed by Danzo's anger, sitting calmly in his seat even as Danzo unleashed the full power of his killing intent. He sighed and closed his eyes. When he opened them, his Kunshugen was spinning rapidly and there was a fire in his eyes. You may have started that way, but your idea of the village is flawed. I wasn't lying when I said the Hokage was right about the will of fire, but thanks to you and your ilk, that will hasn't been seen in decades. You engage in espionage and warmongering to increase Konoha's standing as well as your own, but you don't put that power towards anything but the pursuit of more. You geezers on the council only care about yourselves and don't think nearly far enough ahead. Did you know Orochimaru plans to invade? Shinobi from Oto and Suna will break down your walls and drag your people out by the hair before slitting their throats. I hold no loyalty for Konoha as it is, but my precious people live here and as such I will defend it with my dying breath. Now, I am taking control of your root forces whether you like it or not, so you can either get on board and help me run it, or I can bring the hundreds of files describing unsanctioned missions, illegal sealing, unregistered shinobi, child abductions and abuse, conspiring against the village, illegal experimentation on human subjects, and other such treasonous acts to the Hokage, and you'll be executed publicly. Danzo's ire faded as he stared into the swirling depths of Naruto's eyes. He was forced to concede, and while he still firmly believed he had only acted in the best interest of the village, he knew when he was beaten and could respect the one who had outsmarted him. Fine, you have the support of me and my root forces, Danzo acquiesced. And though I don't agree with your naive idealism, I can respect your methods and understanding for Root's necessity. Naruto nodded gratefully. Good, if that's all, I'll leave you to figure out Gigi's plans for the invasion and adjust them accordingly. Other than that, keep operating as usual with the exception of finding some way to discreetly report to me every week. It will be done, Naruto-sama. Naruto smiled, his grin more fox-like than usual, and disappeared in a burst of smoke, revealing that Danzo had been speaking to a shadow clone the entire time. He certainly merits observation, Danzo thought. I wonder what other changes he will bring about. The next day, Jiraiya arrived at the front gate of Naruto's home bright and early. Naruto let him and scowled when the legendary perverse eyes wandered over the many females lounging around his house. Shino had started training with his clan, so Korone had come to train with Hinata in the backyard. Karen was in the kitchen preparing a meal before she went to go visit Kiba again while Shizune prepared breakfast for herself and an extremely grouchy Tsunade. Conan was stretched out on the couch, reading a book, and Goran had come down only to curl up in a plush leather chair and fall right back to sleep. Naruto smiled at the domestic atmosphere around his house, chuckling along with the other girls when Ryusawa, who was curled up around Tsunade's feet, raised his head and growled lowly when Jiraiya's eyes lingered a moment too long on the tank top-clad torso of his mother. Jiraiya immediately hurried to follow Naruto and Ryuta up to his office, and grumbled once Naruto had closed the door, activating the various privacy barriers. Did you have to summon so many angry lizards, kid? Wouldn't you prefer my awesome toads over an armored iguana? Naruto smirked as Ryuta growled and got close to Jiraiya's face. He had recently modified his transformation to show off some of his more developed traits. Ryuta now stood about an inch taller than Naruto at the shoulder. From tip to tail he measured about 15 feet, and his black armor had been resized to fit his new form and included burned orange plates to cover his upper legs. His round snout had become slightly longer, and the horns coming out the back of his head had started to curve upwards slightly. His teeth and claws had also significantly grown, resembling wicked curved blades. I'd mind your tongue, human. My name is Ryuta, next boss of the Dragon Clan. Insult my clan again and the current boss won't hesitate to pay a visit to Mount Myobaku himself. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. Dragons were creatures of myth. If they somehow existed and chose Naruto to summon them, then he wasn't about to contest that. Now that Ryuta's properly introduced himself, Naruto croaked. Why don't we get down to business? Fine, Jiraiya agreed. But you have to share first. Naruto nodded and pulled out some paper, ink, and a brush. So you want to know how I remove Keshoheim's seal without breaking it? That's right, Jiraiya said. I've never heard of being able to transfer seals like you did. Well, I first got the idea when I was reading up on the Hyuga's clan laws. I knew that Aoheim didn't have a very good standing with them, and was afraid they would try to put the caged bird seal on her. I had read that the caged bird couldn't be broken, so I had to figure out how to remove it without killing her. Naruto dipped his brush in the ink and started drawing a series of seals on the sheet of paper. Jiraiya watched, astounded as his hand danced across the page, his brush strokes sure as they moved with a fluidity that even he didn't have. I guess he lives up to the Uzumaki genes, Jiraiya thought, examining the different parts of the seal Naruto was drawing. So, if I'm reading this right, you've linked a transfer seal to a tiny absorption seal that allows the paper to mimic the bearer of the seal's chakra signature. But how do you get the transfer to work? The first step is to add a chakra circuit with 4 yin chakra that flows underneath the seal you're transferring, that helps convince the seal, in a way, that the paper with the bearer's signature is where it's supposed to be. After that, you still need to be able to understand and deconstruct the seal you're transferring in order to transfer it without breaking it. I spent months reading up on the caged bird and actually had a transformed shadow clone sneak in and watch the sealing ceremony once. The loyalty seal on Keshoheim was simple and I had read about them before, so it didn't take much to transfer it without breaking it and notifying Orochi-ten. Jiraiya schooled his expression and nodded seriously. Alright, that's impressive. I'll share with you what I know about the Hiraishin, but you have to swear that you'll use it wisely and never share the details of any other seal you develop. That transfer seal alone could revolutionize the art of Fanjutsu, and not necessarily in a good way if it got out. Naruto agreed to his newest teacher's terms and they spent the rest of the morning breaking down what they knew about the Hiraishin. The concept of being able to focus on different seals to choose which one to be transported to took Naruto some time to understand, but once he found that he had the solution to his problem with his vocal seals and speaking to one person through them as opposed to everyone. He would work later with Jiraiya and Ryuta on the spacetime and summoning aspects of the seals. After a hearty lunch where Hinata shared in vague terms what she and Korone had been working on for the tournament, Tsunade and Jiraiya took Naruto to Training Ground 43 to practice using Kurama's chakra. So, I take it from your little threat yesterday that you have some experience harnessing the Kyuubi's chakra, Jiraiya surmised. Yeah, but Pops has been resting ever since he got that cursed seal off me, so I haven't really felt comfortable practicing with his chakra. Naruto closed his eyes, journeying into his mindscape to see if Kurama had awoken yet while Jiraiya turned a severe eye on Tsunade. He considers the monster that killed his real parents his father? He said angrily. Why wasn't I immediately notified? The Kyuubi could easily trick him into breaking the seal and letting him out. Tsunade scowled at the implication Jiraiya made. And what good would that have done? I'm his godfather, Tsunade. My student is the one who placed that seal on him in the first place. I'm the only one who knows enough about it to repair any damage the fox has done to it, and I'm the one with the key to it. You don't get to play the concerned godfather card when he hasn't seen you for 13 years, Jiraiya. In fact, you're not going to mention it all to him until things have settled down. I might not be his real mother, but he's still my son and he doesn't need you breaking his heart and distracting him when he has enemies coming out of the woodwork after him. Fine, Jiraiya conceded. But I still should have been told, if anything, so I could keep a closer eye on the seal in case it breaks. It's already broken, Naruto rasped, opening his eyes to catch the tail end of their conversation. For the first time in several weeks, he actually put his hands together to form the seal for the shadow clone technique, and in an even larger burst of smoke than usual, a clone of Naruto appeared standing next to him. "Ah, I gotta say, Kit, your mindscape is great and all, but there's something nice about the feel of a genuine breeze through your hair," the clone said in a noticeably deeper voice as it stretched its arms out. Upon closer inspection, Tsunade realized that the clone was an exact replica of Naruto when he was channeling Kurama's chakra, complete with red eyes and thicker whiskers. "Naruto, why does your clone sound like Kurama?" she asked cautiously. "When I told Pops that we were going to be practicing using his chakra, he said he wanted to supervise," Naruto explained. "Don't worry, Tsunade, you and the other human are safe," Kurama explained. "I only pumped a minuscule amount of my chakra into this clone so it could house my will." He looked down at himself and frowned in distaste. "Though I can't say I appreciate this form." Another burst of smoke and the clone Naruto disappeared, replaced by a miniature version of the Kyuubi with only one tail. It stood about as tall as Ryuta, and its tail alone was about 6 or 7 feet long. Tsunade and Jiraiya gaped at the miniature-tailed beast while Naruto launched himself at it, burying his face in its fur. Tsunade smiled at the sight of the most fearsome of the tailed beasts curling around and affectionately nuzzling her son. "So are you permanently free?" Jiraiya asked. Kurama shook his head. "No, this form will disperse once its chakra runs out in a few hours. Then I'll return to within my kit until he summons me again." "And what's this about you breaking the seal Minato placed on you?" "I needed the kit to weaken it so I could safely break it and purge the snake's chakra from his body. That's how I met my birth father," Naruto added. "Moving on," Tsunade said, trying to avoid another difficult conversation. "Now that your Pops is here to help coach you, we were planning to start by having you infuse his chakra in some of your techniques. You'll have to up your chakra control training to perfect the powered-up versions of certain ones, but for now we just want to see what you can do. At the moment, the kid can use about 1 tail's worth of my chakra without hurting himself. The problem is my chakra is wild by nature and hard to control. If you aren't careful, you'll lose your ability to reason and start acting more like an animal," Kurama said. "So what should I try first?" Naruto asked. "Why don't you use the summoning jutsu?" Ryuta suggested. "My Pops has been wanting to meet you for a while, and I bet with your Pops' chakra you'll have enough power to summon him." "That works," Jiraiya said. "We're far from the village and there's plenty of space to summon him." Naruto nodded and took off his left glove while focusing on the tumultuous ocean of his father's chakra. "It's going to be harder to control without me there to help," Kurama advised. "So once you've got a handle on it, just let it flow out on its own." Naruto bit his thumb as he felt an enormous surge of energy fill him with life. It very quickly felt overwhelming, and when he opened his eyes, that strange energy in the atmosphere seemed even thicker than before. He flashed through the hand seals for the summoning technique and slammed his hand on the ground. The massive wave of energy flowed out of him in an enormous explosion of smoke, and when the smoke cleared, he found himself standing on a giant black and gold metal platform. Looking around, he saw a pair of horns taller than most buildings a few hundred meters away. He quickly realized he was standing on a titanic head when the platform beneath him moved and a gust of wind nearly sent him tumbling off before Ryuta and Kurama caught him and pulled him back. Channeling chakra to his feet, Naruto looked over the edge of the platform and found himself looking into a gargantuan, green eye that was easily 10 feet across. Looking down, he realized that he was now easily over a kilometer in the air. "So, you're the boy my son has chosen as his familiar," a booming voice rang out across the training ground. Naruto smiled and waved into the giant eye. There was another burst of smoke, and he soon found himself much closer to the ground. The dragon was still by no means small, as its head was big enough for Naruto to lay across and not even pass its brow, But it was no longer the titan they had seen before, and when Naruto jumped down, it bowed in respect. "Well met, Naruto Dono. I am Aryuden. My son has told me much about you." Naruto bowed while Jiraiya and Tsunade gaped at the imposing figure the dragon struck. It too wore dark armor, though the golden scales underneath already looked impenetrable to begin with. Its body glimmered and shined in the sunlight, creating the illusion that its thick, corded muscles were covered in jewels and precious metals. Teeth and claws the size of blades and spears glinted dangerously in the sunlight, and hidden beneath two large, folded, metallic wings, were a pair of enormous, curved blades, strapped to its back. "Still think your toads are better Irocene?" Ryuta asked with a smirk. Jiraiya composed himself. "You dragons certainly look strong, but after seeing your pops, I'm even more certain that you've got a long way to go before being more than a gecko, let alone succeeding him." Ryuta growled while Aryuden unleashed a booming laugh. "You certainly keep interesting company, Naruto Dono. Feel free to summon me should you ever wish to learn more about the Dragon Clan, or desire tutelage in our ways." Naruto nodded, about to release the technique when his eyes widened and he started signing furiously. "Aryuden Oji-san, would you happen to know anything about the weird chakra I keep seeing everywhere?" Ryuta translated for him. "What weird chakra, Naru-kun?" Tsunade asked. "Every time I activate my Kunshugen, I see this weird energy everywhere. It's almost like chakra, but not quite, and it seems to come from the trees and the earth itself. Also, it's a lot easier to see if I stay still, like when I'm using my Kunshugen's ability." Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly bowed before Aryuden. "Aryuden-sama, I humbly request you allow me to help in instructing Naruto on this subject, and that we wait until a later date when he is more experienced to fully dive into it." Aryuden considered the request carefully before answering. "I will concede to you that he is not ready yet to delve into this subject. But I will also be the one to decide when he is. You will be allowed to sit in on his training, should you prove to be a valuable teacher and not betray Naruto's trust. Naruto-kun, you are on the right track in identifying that energy, but I urge you to not try anything with it until I deem you ready, understand?" Naruto nodded seriously. Satisfied, Aryuden returned to his realm and Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kurama, and Ryuta went back to their training. Jiraiya showed him a technique his father had developed called the Rasengan, and set Naruto up with the first step of learning how to perform it. Tsunade and Kurama continued to drill Naruto on his chakra control while Ryuta sparred with him. They were working on figuring out Tsunade's famous strength, but with Naruto's copious amounts of chakra, even before Kurama's was added to the mix, it made control his worst subject and something he practiced constantly. Jiraiya was more than impressed with Naruto's elemental styles and his Sharingan-proof way of molding chakra. They spent some time together developing a few movements for when Naruto started work on his fire style, and Jiraiya helped where he could with Naruto's lightning style and using it in conjunction with the other styles. After that was done, Kurama returned inside Naruto, as the sun was getting low. "Before we wrap up for the night, I'd like to test one last thing," Tsunade said as Naruto dispelled the hordes of clones she had been working with. "I know you said that you hadn't been able to replicate Konan or Haku's techniques before, but I'd like for you to at least try to create ice like Haku one more time." Naruto agreed and shut his eyes in concentration. He began flowing between the movements of his air and water styles, as the motions made it easier for him to convert his chakra into the necessary element. Applying what he had learned from analyzing quartz crystals, he used his chakra to manipulate the water particles in the air, cooling them and bringing them together to form a thin blade of ice. Grinning, he opened his eyes and examined his handiwork. He could see why Haku expended so much energy creating her ice, as there wasn't enough moisture in the air normally to form an adequate amount of ice for battle. But he did know there were certain techniques that converted chakra into water, so maybe if he could learn some of those, it would circumvent both of those problems, and once the tournament was over, He would be sure to share his findings with Haku. Naruto soon found his time being constantly occupied. His mornings were spent discussing Genjutsu with Jiraiya, and his afternoons saw him being put through a gauntlet of rigorous training, both mental and physical. He was quickly getting used to his increased resistance skills, and his progress in his elemental styles was increasing by leaps and bounds. He had made significant headway in understanding the Hiraishin, and had even upgraded everyone's vocal seals as well as providing them each with the one he wore on his throat, so that all of his precious people had direct two-way communication with each other that wouldn't be limited by things like distance. His skill with Eclipse had also increased, though seeing as his current Kenjutsu teacher was busy training Haku, there wasn't much more he could do than refine the skills he already possessed. He didn't really plan on using his blade in the actual tournament, preferring not to bring an instrument of death to what mostly boiled down to a sporting event, but he decided to bring it with him as he knew he would need it later that day. Danzo had come through on his weekly reports. He would provide Naruto information on the goings-on inside the village as well as any relevant information outside as well. Naruto generally let him run himself, stating only that any actions that could affect other countries or villages politically be run by him first. Danzo accepted the terms, even explaining why he had ordered certain assassinations or kidnappings and how they would benefit the village. Naruto generally agreed, only refusing certain missions that either worked against the Land of Fire, or were at risk of further damaging what he had learned was a tense political atmosphere between several different elemental countries. Charting the cause for the tensions was proving to be a Herculean task as there were even more concerns to keep track of than there were between the hidden villages, whose relations between themselves was rocky at the best of times. Naruto instructed Danzo that his top priority was doing everything he could to keep a war from breaking out, and barring that, make sure that the Land of Fire stayed out of it. In no time at all, the month shot by, and Naruto found himself anxiously pacing outside his house the night before the tournament, unable to sleep. Tomorrow would be a day where he not only fought without restraint to move closer to his goal, but it would also be the day where he would experience his first taste of what true combat really was. Something told him that it was going to be a day that sent ripples throughout the rest of his life. Chapter 14 Naruto woke early the day of the tournament. Tsunade watched as he quietly got ready for the tournament, and the invasion. There was a calmness around him that she would have expected from a veteran of war, not a boy about to go off into his first real battle. The contrast was clear when Hinata, one of the few genin who knew of the coming invasion, joined them at the kitchen table only to anxiously move her food around her plate. Naruto noticed her anxiety and gently grabbed her hand. He smiled reassuringly and, like magic, some of the tension in the room dissipated. A knock on the door ended their little moment, and Naruto got up to greet Korne, Kiba, Shino, Anko, Haku, and Zabuza. They gathered in the living room with Kanan, Karin, Shizune, and Gurren. "So this is it," Kiba said once they had all found a seat. "Our first real battle." Karin squeezed his hand and smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Just remember," Zabuza said, "no hesitation." Kanan nodded. "Zabuza's right. This will be different than anything you all have faced before. War is chaos, there can be no room for mistakes. Just make sure to stick with me," Korne said. "If we're watching each other's backs, our chances of making it through this go up exponentially. I assume the higher-ranked shinobi have been briefed on the coming invasion?" Haku asked. Shizune nodded. "We have increased security around the tournament and will be keeping evacuation routes clear at all times. Shizune will be at the hospital all day today, making sure everything is ready for the influx of injuries, and once everything is over, I'll join her when the fighting is through," Tsunade added. "Where will you be, Tsunade-sama?" Shino asked. "Jiraiya and I will be waiting near the observation box to back up Sarutobi-sensei, since Orochimaru will most likely be going after him himself." Naruto has set up a few of the point-to-point summoning seals that we saw near the border on our last mission Sojiraya, and I can be where we're needed most. That reminds me, Anko said. If you can't find one of us, find Naruto, he'll direct you to where you need to go. What about Karin, Goran, and I? Conan asked. I'd like you three with Shizu-nichan at the hospital, please, Naruto said. Orochimaru doesn't know about you, and with Karin's sensory ability, you and Keshoheim will be a great help in defending what's probably one of the biggest targets of the invasion. Conan, Karin, and Goran nodded resolutely while Zabuza turned to Haku. Haku, I want you to stay with Naruto no matter what, understand? But Zabuza-sama, I'm your tool. Haku objected. I should be by your side. Zabuza stood up and pulled Haku into a tight hug. You're not my tool, Haku. You're my daughter in everything but blood. It took Naruto saving us for me to realize that. I'm going to be on the front lines the whole time, and I want you where I know you will be safest. Please, Haku, do this for me. Tears streamed down Haku's face as she clung to him and nodded. Naruto looked Zabuza in the eye, nodding in reply to the silent wish in his gaze. It's almost time for us to go, Naruto announced. Before we do, I want all of you to know that you are my most precious people. It's thanks to you that my life has become so much better than the living hell it was before. I'll always be grateful for that, and will defend this village we call home with my dying breath if I have to. Everyone smiled and nodded, their resolves firm as Naruto, Haku, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and Kurne stood and left for the arena. So Naruto, how do you plan on defeating your opponent? Shino asked as they walked leisurely. The roads were still relatively empty due to the early hour, but they were getting visibly more packed as time went on, and they approached the arena. Yeah, Lee's no pushover, Kiba added. He kicked my ass without even trying. I've sparred against him a few times, so I have an idea of what to expect, Naruto said. Is Ryuta-kun going to be helping you? Hinata asked. Naruto shook his head. Nah, he went back to his realm to inform Ryuta Nojisan of the situation here and see if he can't squeeze in some more training. Time apparently doesn't move the same there, or something. What about you, Hinata-chan? Haku asked. You're facing off against Osada from Iowa, aren't you? Hinata nodded. He beat both Aruno-san and Yamanaka-san at the same time in the last match of the preliminaries, so I know he won't be easy. But I feel confident that I can win. Naruto smiled and wrapped an arm around her. Atta girl, Aoheim. As long as you believe in yourself, I know you'll come out on top. Kurotsuchi-san has told me a little about him when she would come to visit, Shino noted. She understandably did not provide any noteworthy tactical information, but she did tell me about Osada-san's unyielding hatred for Konoha. It would be wise to try and deal with him as efficiently as possible, Hinata, for I doubt he will be inclined to show you much mercy should he get the upper hand. Just remember to try not to completely exhaust yourselves, Cornet stated as they arrived at the entrance to the arena. It's going to be a long day for everyone, and you're all going to need your energy. The members of Team 8 nodded and went ahead with Haku, while Naruto hung back with Cornet. Everything changes after today, doesn't it? Naruto asked quietly. Cornet nodded and looked at Naruto as he watched the various spectators arrive. He seemed so much older than his years, and she knew that he was destined for greatness. Her chest was filled with a strange mixture of pride and sadness at the idea of someone so young being burdened with so much and still considering her one of his precious people. Overcome with emotion, she turned and pulled Naruto into a tight hug. You better make it out of all this alive, you hear me? She muttered into his shoulder. Naruto smiled and reached up to run a finger through her hair while his other arm pulled her in close. Of course I will, haven't you met me? Nothing keeps me down. Besides, I still owe you a date, don't I? Cornet blushed at the mention of the date and buried her head deeper into his shoulder, enjoying the smell of earth and citrus that always clung to him. So you better make it through this too, because I'm not gonna be too happy if my first date ever ends with me getting stood up. Corne couldn't help but giggle, and released her grip on him. He smiled at her and ran off to join the others, while she smiled softly to herself. Naruto always knew just what to say to put her mind at ease, and it was one of her favorite traits of his. She headed into the arena and wiped the smile from her face as she nodded to one of the hidden guards and got into position. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Naruto looked around the battlefield while the proctor of the third exam greeted the crowd and introduced the combatants. There were trees and a small pond on one end of the field, while the other was littered with outcroppings of rock that varied from small to taller than him. He joined the other Junin spectating as Shikamaru and Temari prepared for their fight. Looking up at the observation box, Naruto noted that it was just the Hokage and the Kazekage and sidled himself over to where Han was standing watching the battle of wits between the two strategists. That Tsuchikage didn't want to come see one of his own shinobi fight in the exam? Naruto asked. Han shook his head. That Tsuchikage was against us coming to Konoha to participate in the exam at all, and with only one of my genin making it to the final round, he didn't deem it important enough to warrant a visit himself and will instead make his decision based off the reports and recommendations of the other observers. That sucks, Naruto whispered. He looked around and noticed a few other shinobi eyeing him warily and clearly listening in on their conversation. Honey, there's something you should know, but you can't share it with anybody else. He shot a slightly exaggerated look at Osada and Karatsuchi, who were watching the match intently. Komuro was still in the hospital recovering from the beating Gaara laid on her, so it was only the two of them. What is it, Naruto? Han asked. There's an organization of criminals after us. They want to use our tenants for some scheme. I think you should make sure that Tsuchikage knows about them. That certainly is cause for concern. Naruto saw Han's eyes flick momentarily to the eavesdroppers as he scanned the crowd. Perhaps you should tell me more when we are in a more private setting. For now, we might as well focus on the match. Naruto nodded and turned his gaze on the fight below as Han tapped the side of his foot with his own. Naruto felt the familiar mental pull, and the next thing he knew, he was sitting on his pops' head looking down at Han in their shared mental state. Now that we aren't in danger of being overheard, perhaps we can speak more openly about this organization that is after us, Han said. Naruto nodded and jumped down off of Kurama's head. I'm happy you got the hint, Honey. Because I also have a favor to ask of you. Share what information you have on this organization, and I may just be able to help you out. Ataudo. They go by the name Akatsuki, Naruto stated. He smirked as Han's eyes widened only for a moment. I take it you've heard of them? Han nodded. That Tsuchikage has hired them on more than one occasion to complete certain high-ranking, off-the-books missions. I didn't know that they were anything more than a group of mercenaries though. For the most part, they are. There are only a select few at the head of their ranks that are aware of their goal to capture me and my kin, Kurama replied. Their top ranks consist of several S-rank missing 9 who always work in pairs, Naruto added. At the moment they are running reconnaissance on us Jinchuriki, but even our informant doesn't know when that will change. Konoha has an agent on the inside, but I haven't been able to contact him yet. This certainly warrants investigating, Han said. I'll have to let the Tsuchikage and the Four Tails Jinchuriki know about this development. Actually, that's where the favor I was going to ask you comes in, Naruto said before adding, well, one of them. What is it you would like me to do, Naruto? Regardless of what the Tsuchikage decides, after you've warned the container for the Four Tails, I need your help in delivering my warning to the other Jinchuriki. Gigi doesn't want to as he would have to go through the official channels of notifying other village leaders and thinks that they wouldn't believe him. But if you and I can get a message directly to the other Jinchuriki, they can better prepare themselves for the coming threat. That is quite the request, Naruto, Han said. You would ask me to go against the orders of my own village to spare the lives of those from other villages? You said it yourself, Honey, you don't care for the goings-on of regular people. By that logic, you should be concerned about the group of people looking to kill you and people like you. Han frowned thoughtfully and considered Naruto's words. Fine, if it will help my fellow Jinchuriki, I'll do it. You said this one of your requests. There are more? Yeah, you remember those bandits who wanted to destroy the mansion where those meetings were taking place, right? I do. They planned on sacking the mansion, killing everyone, and blaming it on me. Well, I'd like it if you could do a little investigating. See if you can figure out who hired them. Also, I'd like for you to keep an eye on the political climate, not just in Iowa, but the land of Earth in general. Tensions are starting to rise between the elemental countries, and I'd like to know why. Why would one as young as you be so invested in the political climates of countries and villages outside your own? Han turned around and Naruto looked up as the Gobi phased into existence. So you finally decided to join us, Kurama grunted, opening his eyes. Your container speaks with authority he doesn't have, QB, Gobi replied. All due respect, Gobi Obasan, Naruto shouted up at her. Why do you think I'm talking to Honey and not the Hokage? Something weird is going on all around us, and no one is looking into it. Of course, I could always have not told Honey about the people who want to rip you out of him and turn you into a super weapon. Come on, Kit. We don't have time to argue with Gobi, it's almost time for your match. Right, Naruto agreed. But before we go, you should also know that Konoha is going to be invaded today. That's who our eavesdroppers were. Who would invade Konoha on the day of the Chunin exams? Han asked. Orochimaru. He's the one running Noto and will be conducting a joint attack with Suna to try and destroy Konoha. I don't have the authority to ask for your help, but I did want to warn you so you can keep yourself and your students safe. They faded out of the shared mindscape, and Naruto found that a few matches had already taken place while they were talking. Shikamaru had apparently lost to Temari, Neji had beaten Shino, though by the looks of them it was a pretty close fight, and Hinata was already in the process of fighting Osada. How are they doing? Naruto asked Kuratsuchi, who was still seated in front of him and Han, but was now joined by Shino. It's been close, Kuratsuchi said. Osada's a tank and dealt some heavy blows, but I think Hinata's wearing him down. Hinata dodged another earth-shaking blow from Osada. She could feel that at least 2 of her ribs were fractured, and blood leaked down her face from where Osada had managed to graze her forehead. He had shed his thick robes at the beginning of the match to reveal that he was almost entirely made of thick compacted muscle. She knew that the odds were that he was much slower than her, but it would only take a few hits from him to put her in a rather precarious position. She had opened by drawing her bow, hoping to keep him at a distance and conserve her energy, but Osada had apparently planned for this and showed off his own bloodline. The moment she had sent an arrow flying his way, she watched through her Byakugan as he focused his chakra. His skin darkened as it became hard, and the arrow glanced off of him with a ding that told her he had somehow turned his skin into some sort of metal. This forced Hinata to revert to close combat, but his metal skin proved difficult for her modified gentle fist to affect. It seemed that his chakra was spreading out of his pathways and coating his skin before converting it to metal, making it almost impossible for Hinata to see his tenketsu, let alone close them. To make matters worse, Osada was deceptively fast with his bloodline activated. He snarled as his fists rocketed after her, leaving craters in anything they hit. The only advantage Hinata had was Osada seemed incapable of using jutsu while his bloodline was activated. He would occasionally lower it momentarily to throw an assortment of earth techniques her way, but he always made sure she was too far away to capitalize on the momentary drop in his defenses. You should just give up, tree hugger. Osada shouted as he chased after her. You can't hurt me and you can't run forever. Hinata rolled her eyes when she had an idea. Turning on a dime, she channeled as much chakra into her hands as she could and sprinted back towards Osada. Grinning, Osada reared his fist back, ready to pound her into a smear on the ground when Hinata bent back in a display of flexibility, the metal arm sing harmlessly over her face, and slid to her knees. Her momentum kept her moving, and she ignored the burning pain of the ground beneath her, scraping her knees as she delivered a sharp blow to each of Osada's knees before grabbing his ankles and pulling as she shot up behind him. Still off balance from his earlier punch and the blows to his knees, Osada fell to the ground. He deactivated his bloodline and created several earth spikes to make Hinata release his ankles. Once he was free, he leapt away and landed on the surface of the small pond while Hinata was in hot pursuit. Coming to a stop several feet away from him, also on the surface of the water, Hinata couldn't help but smile. "There's no earth here for you to attack me with," she noted. Osada scoffed. "Like I'll need it to beat you into a paste. You can hardly touch me when my iron skin technique is active, and it'll only take one good hit for you to be down for the count." Hinata watched as he channeled his chakra and smirked when the second his skin hardened he sank below the water with an undignified yelp. By the time he had deactivated his bloodline and swam to the surface, she was already standing over him. "Your iron skin made it difficult to see your chakra pathways," Hinata explained. "But the second you deactivated it to free yourself, I closed only enough tanketsu on your ankles to disrupt your chakra control. Without it, you can't stand on the water and keep your iron skin activated. I suggest you concede before I have to injure you further to win the match." Osada snarled and lowered his head in defeat. "I forfeit," he growled. The crowd cheered at the conclusion of the exciting match, and Hinata smiled as she made her way back up the stands. Her face burned crimson when she arrived and Naruto scooped her up into his arms and spun her around. "I knew you could do it," he whispered into her hair. Hinata smiled and buried her head in his shoulder while Naruto turned to Osada with a grin. "That was a really good fight, Osada. You did great." Osada looked incredulous for a moment before his usual scowl returned and he scoffed before walking away. "The next match will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee," Hayate announced. Naruto put Hinata down and gave her one last smile before making his way down the stairs to the field. He dropped into his fighting stance as Hayate asked if they were ready. He and Lee both nodded, and an instant later they rocketed towards each other in an explosion of motion. Naruto stuck mostly to his wind and water styles as he danced around Lee. His opponent outclassed him when it came to every aspect of taijutsu without him removing his restriction seals, but he was trying to conserve his energy and not show off too much before the invasion. Jumping back, Naruto created dozens of shadow clones, smirking internally at the gasps from several people in the crowd. Not only was he showing off his massive chakra reserves by creating so many shadow clones, but he had spent so much time drilling his chakra control with his mom that his shadow clones now simply phased into existence without the usual pop and burst of smoke due to excess chakra. Lee grunted as he fought off clone after clone. "I see you are not going to take it easy on me, Naruto-san. I appreciate that, and in return, I too will not restrict myself." Jumping away, Lee landed on top of a nearby tree and reached down to pull off the weights around his legs. Naruto quirked an eyebrow, curious, before Lee dropped the weights and they crashed into the ground with a loud explosion. If he hadn't been spending the past few months sparring with Sannin, Naruto would have been taken out in an instant as Lee moved faster than most people could follow. Huffing, Naruto dodged yet another earth-rending kick and created more clones to shuffle himself around with. He had discreetly lowered the level on his restriction seals to keep pace with Lee, but it had the disadvantage of making him faster than his clones, meaning Lee could figure out which one was the original. Lee tore through the clones as they worked to slow him down while Naruto danced around the crowd trying to lose him. Time went on and Lee was starting to noticeably slow down as he destroyed more and more clones while Naruto would dance around and strike whenever he saw an opening. Eventually, Naruto was back to being alone as Lee had destroyed well over 60 clones by now and was panting heavily. Naruto flipped over his opponent as Lee fired another kick his way, and drove his feet down into Lee's back as he passed over him. Lee smashed into the ground face first, his nose bleeding as he tried to stand. His arms shook and his frame quivered, but try as he might, Lee couldn't even get to his knees without collapsing. He contemplating opening the first gate, but he knew that if he did in his current condition, he'd wind up hospitalizing himself just to win the match. Crying out, he collapsed once more to the ground while the proctor announced Naruto's victory. Naruto walked over to Lee's prone form and grinned as he formed a hand seal. Instantly Lee felt like better and accepted Naruto's offered hand to help him to his feet. What did you do to me, Naruto-san? Lee asked as they walked up the stairs together amid some cheers at their good sportsmanship. Each of the clones you destroyed put a restriction seal on you, Naruto croaked quietly when they took their seats. Every time you destroyed one, your chakra and movements would be restricted slightly. I used them instead of training weights, and I didn't want to hurt you if I didn't have to. They took their seats and watched as the proctor called for the next match. The next match will be between Sasuke Uchi and Gaara of the Desert. The crowd erupted in roars of approval as the match they had all come to see started. Naruto rolled his eyes at the over-enthusiasm of the spectators but smiled when Hinata, Shino, Haku, Kiba, Karatsuchi, and even Tenden, who still looked extremely uncomfortable being around Han, and the other Iwa Genin came over to congratulate him on his decisive victory. He watched with a frown as Sasuke dodged Gaara's increasingly manic attacks while peppering him with what were surely nothing more than annoyances. He noticed Han tense next to him when Gaara encircled himself in sand, and scowled as Sasuke's hand was sheathed in lightning. That was Kakashi's Chidori. Why would Kakashi teach one of the shinobi the most hellbent on revenge such a high-level assassination technique? Get ready, kid, Kurama advised as Sasuke charged the sphere of sand. His hand plunged through the sand and an ear-splitting shriek split the air as Gaara bled for the first time in his life. The red-haired one has started drawing on more and more of Shikaku's chakra. The crowd gasped at the sight of Gaara's newly deformed visage. Sand covered half of his face and down to his left arm, taking a monstrous form. His eyes had changed color, and his voice barely sounded human as he screamed for Sasuke's death before crashing through the wall of the arena and into the surrounding forests. Sasuke followed in hot pursuit, and Naruto groaned as that was just another thing to worry about, even as the feathers drifted down over the crowd lulling them to sleep. He quickly broke the illusion and made sure those around him had, and jumped to the roof of the arena as chaos erupted. He had never seen anything like it. With the Hokage trapped inside Orochimaru's barrier, not even Tsunade or Jiraiya could break through to help him. Meanwhile, the sound of several massive summons appearing and destroying a section of Konoha's walls drew his attention, while the sounds of fighting and dying all around him just made him want to check to make sure that his precious people were okay. There was too much going on for him to focus on all at once. He didn't know what to do. Take a deep breath, kid, Kurama whispered. Just hold still and think. Nodding, Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then another. Opening his eyes, he channeled his chakra into them and activated his Kanshugan. Time froze and everything was silent as he looked around. He took several more deep breaths as he observed everything before him, and when he finally deactivated his ability, his resolve was no longer shaken. Creating several clones, he began dishing out instructions, his Kanshugan burning. Hinata, Shino, Kiba, you three take a clone to find Korne. From there you will see if she has any standing orders. The members of Team 8 nodded and took off with one of his clones. Naruto turned toward the giant purple barrier and activated his vocal seal. Jiraiya, I'm gonna send a reinforced clone to you. Take him to deal with those summons. Mom, another clone is headed your way with Honni and his students to help you take down the barrier so you can get in there and help out Hokage-sama. Once the barrier is down, Jiraiya, you should get back to help Mom and leave your toads to fight the snakes. My clone will try to summon as many dragons as he can to help out too. He received affirmatives and turned back to face on. When you're done, follow Haku and I into the forest. We're going after Gaara and could use all the support we can get. Han nodded, and without another word they all sprang into action to defend the village hidden in the leaves. Chapter 15. Kurne grunted as she drove her tanto into the neck of an Otoku no Ichi, only for her to be replaced by another shinobi from Suna. Her guard position had been quickly overrun as the enemy capitalized on their genjutsu, putting more than a few of the Chunin to sleep along with the civilians around them. She almost sighed with relief when an arrow whizzed by her ear to impale itself in the throat of another Oto shinobi. "Korne-sensei," Kiba called. He and Akamaru took off, drilling through two more opponents and landing next to her. Shino threw several kunai at another while his insects sent three more to their knees. The members of Team 8 grouped around each other, ready to face the coming onslaught, when a blonde blur whizzed by, and they watched as Naruto created several powerful gusts of wind, throwing the enemy forces together before switching stances and collapsing a part of the ceiling down on them. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" "I'm just a clone," Naruto replied. "I came with your team to meet up with you and help with any standing orders." Korne nodded and turned to her team. "Our first priority is the civilians. Make sure they are protected and try to wake up as many of your comrades as you can. When the rest of the Chunin guard has woken up, we'll head to the village to see where we can be most useful." The Chunin nodded and went to work as a fresh wave of enemy forces came running down the hall. They fought fiercely with the help of Naruto's clone, waking up the rest of the Chunin on the ground. When the remaining forces of the guard awoke, Korne repeated her orders and, together with her team, took off for the village proper. Anko grinned and hurled a kunai at the throat of another Suna shinobi, while Ryuki, the dragon who had been hanging around her for the past month, held off several others. Her grin widened when the shinobi dodged her kunai and it sailed by, hitting one of the massive snakes her former teacher had summoned in the eye. The snake shrugged off the blow, but turned its attention on her nonetheless and reared back to strike. She jumped away at the last second, and the massive head crashed into the ground, crushing the enemy surrounding her. She landed on a nearby rooftop and looked out toward the breach in the wall that she was defending. Part of her wondered how Orochimaru had amassed so many forces, and how long he had been planning this for. Her smile faded as she watched the enemy forces flood the streets while the giant serpents wreaked havoc wherever they went. Her squad was spread far too thin, and morale had been dropping steadily since the giant purple barrier trapped the Hawkage. They needed something big to help turn the tide, or they would be overwhelmed and the Oto forces would penetrate deeper and deeper within the village. As if in response to her silent plea for help, she heard two simultaneous shouts from far off, and the streets filled with smoke. Giant toads appeared and started holding off the snakes, indicating Jiraiya had come to help them. What surprised everyone was the dozens of armored lizards that charged through the streets, tearing through the enemy with teeth and claws and blades. "How are things going?" Anko turned her head and felt more hopeful when she saw Naruto standing behind her with Ryuta crouching next to him, his full size on display. "Better now that you're here. With Jiraiya's toads and your dragons we might be able to hold them off and keep them from gaining much more ground." Ryuki bowed her head in greeting. "Naruto-sama, Ryuta-sama, what are your orders?" Ryuta's voice had gotten deeper since he had first been summoned months ago, and Ryuki was proud to hear the authoritative tone he had adopted. "Stay the course and continue to protect your charge. My father has provided several of his own infantry-class soldiers to help the humans, and elemental dragons will provide their own assistance if he deems it necessary." Naruto nodded his agreement, watching as the Konoha forces gained their second wind, seeing the contingent of large, armored dragons were on their side, while Jiraiya's toads curtailed the threat of being crushed by the giant snakes. "Let's get to work. The faster we rout the enemy, the faster I can treat you to a nice plate of dango. Violence and great food?" Anko swooned comically even as they jumped down, and she shoved another kunai into the back of an enemy kunoichi. You really do know the way to a girl's heart, don't you, Kitsu-kun? Tsunade scowled as she stood before the giant barrier separating her from her old sensei and teammate. Jiraiya had reappeared a moment ago and was still trying to figure out a way to break through the barrier without being incinerated like the foolish Anbu operative who had tried earlier. They had been dismissed to join in defending Konoha, so it was just her and Jiraiya when Naruto's clone arrived with Han and his student. Any luck? Naruto asked. Tsunade shook her head while Jiraiya leaned back and sighed in frustration. The problem is the barrier is layered, protecting the 4 goons holding it up. I don't know why you guys even try. They looked towards the nearest corner of the barrier where one of the shinobi holding it up was grinning. You're never gonna get through this barrier. Your Hokage is as good as dead. You really shouldn't listen to everything Orochi-tem says, Jiraiya shot back. Even now, Sarutobi-sensei can easily take him. Maybe, but I doubt even the god of shinobi can take on his old student while also fighting his 2 predecessors. Jiraiya's eyes widened in outrage. That sick bastard. He reincarnated the first and second. We need to get in there, Tsunade stated. If Orochimaru has used my Giduncle's technique to reincarnate him and my grandfather, Sarutobi-sensei needs all the help he can get. She felt the small pulse of chakra indicating Naruto was analyzing the barrier with his dojutsu and watched as a moment later her son walked up to the man holding up the barrier. He took a deep breath and started moving in a style different from his usual 3 styles. This one was comprised of several powerful punches and kicks. He kept his breathing steady and before long was shooting plumes of fire at the barrier around the man kneeling in front of him. You some kind of idiot or something? The girl shouted. Your techniques aren't going to penetrate this barrier. Maybe not, Naruto croaked. But we can see and hear each other, that means light and sound can penetrate the barrier around you. My attacks might not get through the barrier, but the light and heat from the fire can. Now, seeing as you can't move without disrupting the barrier, why don't you just sit tight while we slow roast you? He resumed dousing the corner of the barrier in flames, and with the help of Han, Karatsuchi, and Jiraiya it took no more than a couple minutes before the Otokunoichi's screaming died down and she collapsed from heat exhaustion. The barrier faded, and they found themselves looking up at a thick mass of tangled trees while the explosive sounds of combat rang from within. Jiraiya and Tsunade wasted no time in jumping into the dense foliage just as another Oto shinobi arrived to replace his fallen comrade and restore the barrier around them. Naruto created and dispelled another clone to transfer information to the original as well as the other clones, and turned to Han and Karatsuchi as the barrier shot back up. Han, follow my original into the forest. I'll take Karatsuchi to the hospital to meet up with Osada and help in defending it. Han nodded and took off while his student and the clone of his surrogate brother raced in the opposite direction. He pumped his chakra into his legs, steam rising from the furnace on his back as he moved as fast as he could through the thick forest surrounding Konoha. He passed by the boy from Sunna who used puppets, his puppet frozen to a tree while he lay on the ground with various sinbons sticking out of his back. A loud shriek from the clearing just ahead of him drew his attention, and he pushed himself harder. He arrived in the clearing and watched as Naruto dodged a massive claw made of sand while his teammate engaged the girl with the giant fan. The Uchiha and his teammates were lying on the ground beneath Han, unconscious, and Haku was forced to divert her attention between fighting her opponent and guarding them from both Temari and the collateral damage of Naruto and Gaara's fight. Gaara shrieked and more sand covered his body. He looked even more like a miniature version of Shikaku now with everything but his right leg and the area around his eye and tattoo submerged in sand that was covered in dark blue markings. Naruto channeled his wind chakra through Eclipse and swung ferociously as dozens of shuriken made of sand erupted out of one of Gaara's arms. He smiled when he saw Han appear over Gaara and deliver a mighty, steam-powered kick to the top of his head, sending him crashing down to the ground. Red chakra bubbled out from between his armor and his furnace chugged as it mixed with the steam around him. "Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki!" Gaara shouted. "I will kill you and prove that I exist." Sand shot out of his arm and Temari only just jumped clear as it rocketed through where she had just been standing and slammed into Haku, crushing her into a nearby tree. "Haku!" Naruto cried. He snarled and leapt down, flames shooting out of his fists as he fell. The fire cloaked Gaara's extended arm, and he wailed as the sun crystallized. He smashed into the glass with his right arm and shattered it, freeing Haku while Han jumped down and kick-punched him through several trees. Temari wound her fan back, trying to capitalize on the opening Gaara made. She poured her chakra through the fan and swung it, creating gale force winds that tore up the ground and threw several red-hot shards of glass at her opponents. Naruto and Haku dodged, the tree behind them igniting as the glass burned a hole through it. "Go," Haku said. "I'm fine, you need to go figure out how to stop a crazy sump monster from destroying the village without burning it down." As if to prove her point, there was a flash of fire and a monstrous roar coming from deeper in the forest. Naruto nodded and took off after Han. Gaara seemed to be on the defensive as shards of molten glass dripped off his body and he dodged another fireball from Han. "If this keeps up we'll wind up starting a forest fire before we stop him," Han noted.